that said, I'd like to invite Engineer Nyakondo to come and make an opening prayer. Good morning. I'll kindly request that we bow our heads for prayer. Thank you, Jesus, our Father, art in heaven. We lift your name and glorify you for the goodness that you had upon us. It's been a long weekend, but Father Lord, you've seen us through. King of all glory, even as we sit here, Father God, so that we can be able to discuss matters, the construction for the country Kenya. We pray that, Lord, you can be amongst ourselves, Father. Bring your wisdom upon us, so that as we guide us through this process, Father God. Thank you so much even for the presenters and the panelists who are going to participate in the day. We continue putting them in your hands, that God, you can help them and let them be able to bring out the discussion as vividly as possible. King of all glory, even for the team that is organizing the event, Lord, we put them into your hands that we can support them so that they can be able to achieve their goals. King of all glory, thank you so much for listening to us this day. We pray through the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you very much, Engineer Nyakondo. Now, with the permission of the PS, I would like to request members present for this conversation to make a quick round of introductions, and therefore I'll pass the mic round, or I can be assisted. Thank you, Rita. Yes, so Rita will pass the mic, and then we can quickly introduce ourselves, where we are coming from, our names, and maybe what we are doing and where we are coming from. Thank you. You can start there.
My name is Sylvester Maso. I'm working with the Technical University of Kenya. I'm a professor in surveying and construction management. And
well, in the meantime, I'm lecturing. I'm also a practitioner. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Professor David Koteng. I'm currently the director of the School of Civil and Resource Engineering at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm a structural engineer by profession, area of my area of specialization is construction materials. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Professor Titus Kiva, Professor in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Professor in Construction Management and Quantity Surveying. My research interests are in construction industry economics, systems, dynamics analysis of the same, and businesses, and statistics, construction statistics. And I have been part of the research business activity at the NCA. Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is Jeffrey Ruto. I'm a staff at NCA as a research officer.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Samuel Onyoma. I come from Laikipia University.
Morning, Measure Koloko from Laikipia University.
Good morning, my name is Kipkoy Philip from Supply Chain Department, National Construction Authority.
Good morning. My name is Michael Dewey. I'm a contractor. Construction Limited. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Francis Kamau. I'm builders. Morning. I'm Stephen Bogo, contractor and front car builders.
Good morning, Lispa Minor from Visa Construction.
Good morning, Cynthia Muliki, Research and Business Development Department, National Construction Authority. Good morning, Wendy Kawera from NCA Research Department. Good morning, Jasmine Dano, staff at NCA Research.
Good morning, Shadrach Bidi, contractor from Dynamic Limited.
Good morning, my name is Moses from Human Resources West Africa and Sample Investment.
Good morning, Joseph Doyle, contractor, telecommunications.
My name is Yolandi Langat from Mark Property Management.
Good morning, my name is Jen Omomo from Hanija Construction Company.
Benedict Otieno Milugo from Central Contracts Limited.
Good morning, I am Emil Dano, staff research officer, National Construction Authority.
Good morning, I'm Jonathan Victor from Hajar Development, NCA.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Nyabuti from Jancom Kenya Limited.
Morning, Violet Deborah Mutekete from Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Good morning, I'm Patricia from National Construction Authority, Communication Department.
Good morning, Ferdinand Serengo, Department of Research and Business Development, NCA.
Good morning, I'm Henry Stewart, Department from Research and Business Development, NCA.
Good morning, my name is Nicole, I'm staff at NCA.
Good morning, my name is Samson Lukoba, Corporation Secretary, Head of Legal at the National Construction Authority.
Good morning, Monica Okiwe, Compliance Officer, NCA Nairobi Region.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Corey, Legal Officer, National Construction Authority.
Good morning, I'm President Kimano, from Research Department, NCA.
Good morning, I'm Annette Okello, Manager ICT National Construction Authority.
Good morning, I'm Wilson Gaina from Kenya National Trading Corporation.
Morning, Collins Kabula, Research Department NCA.
Morning, James, staff, currency contract.
Good morning, everyone. My name is George Nyabuga, Professor of Media and Journalism at the University of Nairobi.
Good morning, everyone. Francis Kapugwa, Director at Novata Solutions and Contractor. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Manoj Gohil from Stonehenge Limited Contractor.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Alok, contractor at Travels Construction.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Haoya, MCA Research and Business Development Department.
Good morning, Stephen Nyakondo, National Construction Authority.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Orwe. I work with the Smelting Africa Consultants. So we are one of the accredited trainers for the contractors with NCA. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Michael Sharako, structural engineer, contractor, site systems limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Larry Mkofu from QB, Materials and Research Department, Research Scientist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Mokaya, electrical engineer from Kiri.
Good morning, everyone. I am Wilma O'Donnell from CYT Engineering. We are NCA 1 contractors.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ivan Mayaro. I'm from the Faculty of Building and Environment, University of Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Tioko Nzukubwanya. I work with the National Research Fund.
Good morning. My name is Professor Jason Mechachi from the Technical University of Kenya. I'm an architect and planner.
Morning, everyone. My name is Eric Bonke from the Nsingi Enterprise staff.
Good morning, Isaac Lepo from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dominic Otuke. I work with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Construction Department. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Doris Masia, project manager from Martins.
Good morning, my name is Margaret Mobe. I work for the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI.
Good morning, my name is Ken Sagini, board member NCA.
I am Peter Musango, board member NCA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Okiro. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Board of the National Construction Authority.
Thank you very much, all of us, for the quick round of introductions. Mr. PS, that speaks to a very good representation of the industry. The only possibly variance is students. In the past, whenever we have this kind of forums, it excites me also to see a few students joining our programs and our activities. And it is my prayer before we are done, at least we shall have a few students also joining us, because these are the future researchers and they are the generation to take the research role in our country to the next level. So I'm happy to note the presence of a few agencies that are very specific to the matters of statistics and research, and again also policy in matters of research. It is good to note the presence of faculty members, especially professors and doctors, in various segments of our universities. And again also all of us, especially the contractors, because at the end of the day, we are doing this for certain managerial implications that should allow us to have resilience in terms of boosting the performance of the construction industry. So I request those who are coming in, kindly we usher them on this side. Yes, a bit of this side, and then there's also the front row is also vacant, so we can feed in a few people in the first row. Now, Mr. PS, I will not take a lot of time because this is your day today to give us your blessings to discuss the output that we had for the last financial year as far as research at NCA is concerned. As earlier noted, we have about 6 studies that were executed in the last financial year, but we are here to discuss about 4 or 5 of them. There's also the training impact assessment and the training needs for the construction industry, which will also be presented here today. We have come a long way in terms of nurturing the research activity within the construction industry. Before perhaps we had this kind of an engagement, it is not known that there was any convention of this kind where all the players within the construction industry would be brought under one roof to discuss salient challenges that are facing the construction industry, and especially from a research point of view. We believe that research provides some solutions to most of the challenges that bedevil the construction industry. And therefore, I still believe we are at a nascent stage of nurturing the role of construction research. But by and large, with this kind of attempts, with this kind of efforts, I strongly believe in coming days, we shall have a very robust construction research in our country, just like in other developed economies. If you travel to developed economies, ladies and gentlemen, you realize there are so many institutes that are focusing on matters research and very specific to sectors. For example, our sector. With that, therefore, I would like to welcome all of us and thank you very much for finding time to be with us today. I thank you so much, Mr. Pierce, for finding time to come and support us from a policy point of view. And again, also our directors present here and everyone else that is present in our forum today. I want to therefore take this opportunity to invite our Executive Director, Engineer Maurice Akech, to come and make some few remarks and then guide us going forward. Karibu sana, Idi. Let's clap for Idi. Before I hand over to the Idi, can I get a sanitizer from some sort? Thank you.
Our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Works, Mr. Solomon Kitum, the Chairman of the Board of National Construction Authority, Ms. David Gaido, the Vice Chair of the Board of NCA, Madam Mercy, board members present, professors from various academic institutions here present, distinguished guests, colleagues from public sector, and also the guests from the private sector, the contractors, team from management. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Engineer Maurice Akech, the Executive Director of National Construction Authority, and also happy to be your host. Because of what is to be presented here today and tomorrow, we had also invited the Principal Secretary, State Department of Industrialization, and we hope that something will be the midst to onboard some of the items to be discussed. So, our chief guest, let me start by appreciating you in particular, and also appreciate everyone who is here today to find time out of your busy schedule to come and be part and parcel of this very important forum of research dissemination, of researches that have been done for the construction industry. I know all of us recognize the role research plays in any sector. And if we look at all the various pieces of legislation that establish various institutions in the country, each institution has got a research arm for a specific purpose. So for National Construction Authority, under one of the functions, under Section 5.2, there is a function there that requires that we conduct research on matters construction industry and also disseminate the findings to the industry. So we are happy that in our midst today, none other than the Principal Secretary is here as our chief guest to grace the occasion, together with the board members, led by the chairman. And of course, when you talk about research, who are the best in doing research? We call them the professors. So they're also here in a big way to ensure that the work they have done in collaboration with NCA is now disseminated to the industry. So at this juncture, I also want to appreciate the contractors who are in the room, because you also know
that as a contractor, one of the ways of improving your business efficiency and effectiveness is by continually improving on how you do your things. And the best way to improve is by ensuring that you are kept or you keep pace with the new trends, and this can only be informed through research. So the authority, National Construction Authority, of course established by Act of Parliament number 41 of 2011, has been in this space of doing research for a number of years. So in 2014, there was a meeting of stakeholders in the industry that sat for a day or two at Kenya School of Monetary Studies to find out what are the critical areas they need to research on. And a document called NACRA was born. That NACRA is National Construction Research Agenda. And it was through that meeting that the industry stakeholders agreed that these are the priority areas we needed to talk about. But that was just the beginning. And it informed what were the areas to be researched on. But of course, since 2014, that document was valid for about 3 years, up to around 2017 or thereabout. Then it needed to be reviewed. And upon its review, a new or second edition was launched in 2020 for another 4 years or so. And it's on the basis of that the 4 researches that will be presented for the next 2 days were born, and I believe you will be benefiting from the findings, because the research is only beneficial if the findings are well communicated, the recommendations are captured in a way that you can now go and implement them. We need to move away, we're actually seeking to move away from when researches are done, kept in the shelf, or they're done merely for academic purposes. So that's why I want to appreciate the academia that is here with us, that from this collaboration, it is a way of the industry working with the academia. You can use NCA as the entry point to the industry, because as a regulator, we interact with the industry a lot, and you can see in this room, every part of the industry is represented, be it industry dealing with the policy matters, be it industry dealing with the survey and the statistics, like we have Kenya Bureau of Statistics here, we have standards body here, we have every other industry represented here. So from the presentations, I believe and I'm convinced that each and every one of us, as the consumers of what we expected to present, will have something to take home from these particular presentations. So in that regard then, I want to appreciate the support that we have received from the industry so far for quite a number of years, and we don't take it for granted. So today, we have a special day where we have come and gathered together. I know we have been working in different groups, we've been making contributions, but today is that day. Like when you have now been engaging and talking, you find a day when you sit down and discuss what you have been going through in terms of findings. So these findings, in our view as a National Construction Authority, is expected to benefit the industry by way of policy direction. It's also expected to benefit the industry by way of improved business processes, and also areas of new discoveries, be it materials, be it machinery, whatever you want to look into. Because construction industry is very wide, and this actually is the integrator or the driver of development in any economy. I will not elaborate what the researches are, but I believe at the opportune time I will get to know what we have put together, what we've been working on, and what are some of the findings, and what are the recommendations that we can do going forward. As National Construction Authority, we have dedicated a fund, or what we call the budget approved by the board, to support research. So I want to encourage even the people from academia that there is an opportunity to work with NCA in terms of any research that is listed in the NACRA document, the National Research Construction. The NACRA is a National Construction Research Agenda, and working together with our staff to ensure that research is done, and also working together with maybe the students that work in the academic institutions that you represent, so that we can come up with findings that will benefit the industry. Because as the PS sits here, if we give a research report to his ministry, and then it's taken to the next level, it becomes a policy, it may become a regulation, it may become to a point of reviewing or changing our law that now will support how we do things in a better manner. So that is how I want you to look at it, that whatever you do in terms of research feeds into what policies and decisions are made. Because one of the functions of an PS in the NCA Act is advisory, and you cannot advise if you don't have facts, and you cannot have facts if you don't do research. And because we have the funds, there is no reason why we should not be doing research for the construction industry. We are very mean when it comes to that fund. It is meant for the construction industry, but we are very generous because the industry is benefiting from this dissemination once the research is done and concluded. So without taking much time, I want to recognize the input from all those who have been working on these researches. I want to continue encouraging you to continue doing more, because still, even after this presentation, we'll be looking for support in the implementation on some of the recommendations we have made. We'll also be looking for you to continue supporting us in starting new others, to continue, because research is not an end in itself. Even one research gives a recommendation for further research in an area that you may not have concluded within that particular research. So it is my wish that we'll continue working together, supporting one another, and we'll be providing support from our end to ensure that research that supports construction sector is done. I know currently the concern of everyone, and I don't want to talk about this because I know everyone, is geared towards this, or is keen towards this, is the issue of collapses. In 2018, we did a research on why buildings collapse in Kenya. This was disseminated in a similar forum of last year, 2021, I think, in January. But we are continuing to ask ourselves, when will the impact of that particular study and the findings that were documented in that particular report start having effect? That can only be seen when we start having zero incidences of failures or defects or collapses in the construction industry. So even as we do this and give the report and recommendations, the question we ask ourselves, after how long will it take for us to start realizing the benefits or feeling or appreciating the impact as far as the outcome of those studies are concerned? We want these studies to be informing the areas of improvement as far as industry is concerned. So that's just one thing I'm pointing out, that even as we make the presentation, we should be asking that how long will it take for those outcomes that have been enumerated and we presented take effect or have an impact, positive impact in the sector. As I conclude, Bwana PS, I'm very grateful for everyone's presence here today, and I also want to appreciate those who may be joining us online. For the next 2 days, we have a 2-day event. This one, today is day 1, which is being graced by our chief guest and the board members, led by the chair. And we also have day 2, which is tomorrow. So I want to encourage those who are joining us online to continue gluing on their various channels of communication. And I want to believe that if you look at our social media pages or platforms, you'll be able to receive the link for those who are joining us through the online platform, so that you can follow through. And what appears the beauty of doing things digitally is the aspect of record or traction of record, the digital traction, or digital, what's the word? You cannot lose that track. We noted this last year, that the number of those who joined us online were quite a number, and even the comments and feedback they gave, even today, is part of what has been recorded. But remember what I say here, somebody has to write it. They might write it differently, so that by the time the analysis and reporting is done, it may be different from what the messenger would have wanted to give out. But for the online, the digital space, we have a record which is actual and accurate. And when we do the analysis, it remains there for the rest of the time. And we also use that particular one to continually inform the industry on the areas. So, as an authority, and all of us here, we have a role to play as the custodians of the industry, all of us playing different and distinct roles, and it remains our duty to continually propagate the same. So my hope and prayer is that this forum proves to be of benefit to all of us, and ultimately towards lead towards a world-class and well-capacitated construction industry informed by research. With those few remarks, I thank you, and I look forward for a very successful engagement for the next 2 days. Bwana PS, at this juncture, allow me to call upon the chairman of the Board of National Construction Authority, QS David Mwangi Gaido, to give his opening remarks, after which Bwana PS will request you to also give your remarks and also declare the forum open, of course, under your discretion. And then we kick off with we call it now the presentations after that, and we'll share with you who will be making the presentations. Bwana Chairman, karibu sana. Makofi tafadhali.
Our PS, who is our chief guest, and Solomon Kitungu, our vice chair, Akiri Masi Okiri, see our board members, Bwana Peter Musango, and Bwana Kennedy Sagiri. Any others who may have come? Board members? Those who are online, I recognize you too. Our distinguished scholars, I see you are quite a number of you, and we appreciate your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. I see after we did our introduction, some other people have come, joined us. I see Professor here. Would we give them a chance also to be part of this forum? I see engineer has come. Welcome. Any other people who have come after introductions? Okay, so there are those two. Professor Weja and Engineer Charago. I also want to appreciate all our online participants. As our ED has said, they form the bulk of those who are with us, and the other advantage of having them is cost effective and efficient. You can be able to multitask where you are as you work. So to all of us, welcome to this very important event for NCA, research dissemination. As the ED said, you can do a lot of research, but without effective dissemination, it doesn't mean much. And this forms one of our key pillars as NCA, which is a department at general manager level. That is the gentleman who was here, Q.S. Madu. Giving solid advice to our minister is very well put in our constitution in all matters research. And this has been happening since the inception of NCA. You are informed about National Construction Research Agenda, which had 17 thematic areas in 2014. And last year, we engaged the scholars who are here to revise it to 8 thematic areas. And these are the ones that it is urging all of us to focus on. And most important, he also said we have some funding to make this effective. So our new research agenda is focused on what we are calling the 6 M's: manpower, machines, materials, method, money, and market. So that's quite wide and forms a good basis for our distinguished scholars to pick a topic and add knowledge. Due to COVID, we are not able to hold ICOS last year, and so we were able to disseminate our first research in January 2021. Most of you, I can see, were there at Crown, just nearby. And now we are back here. And I'm happy to inform you that we shall be back. ICOS is going to be back. And this time around, it is going to happen in Nakuru County, Naivasha, in June. So whatever we discuss here, there will be further discussions in Nakuru in about 3 months' time. So after the pandemic, which is not over yet, but close to being over, we are almost getting back on course in research disseminations. I want to emphasize the importance of impactful research so that we make a difference, because we are spending. So we also have to be impactful and make a difference in the construction industry as we celebrate about 10 years of existence. We should be showing we have achieved this in each of our pillars. And we have been recognized before as NCA researchers by NACOSTI, I think last year. So we are on course, and we want to do even much better. I think those are the few points I want to say. I wish all of us very successful presentations and also listening, so that we have a successful 2 days, those who are here, those who are online. And those few words, I want to invite our chief guest to give his remarks and open this meeting. Karibu Bwana PS.
It is very interesting that I think it's 2 days after we were told now we can stop wearing masks, therefore disappeared. but some of us, I think, will still keep on wearing them for a short while just to observe what is happening. And if then you also remain safe, those who are not wearing masks, I think then we will also be removing ours. But somehow we may have to give you about 2-3 months. We see what is happening with you. Now, my colleague, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Industrialization, Ambassador Peter Gaberia, who had been invited, the Chairman of the Board of National Construction Authority, QS David Gaido, the Executive Director, National Construction Authority, Engineer Maurice Akech, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me thank you most sincerely for setting aside time this morning to join us at this workshop, which has been organized by the National Construction Authority to disseminate findings of 4 research outputs which have been undertaken in the last 1 year. The 4 studies include: 1, the effect of COVID-19 on the business resilience of contractors in Kenya. And the objective of this study is to establish impact of COVID-19 on the contractor's business. The other objective is to assess factors that affect contractors' business resilience and a number of others. Then the other study is on the media portrayal on the National Construction Authority and the construction industry in Kenya. And some of the objectives are to determine the effectiveness of communication channels or methods utilized by NCA, to establish public perception and image of NCA based on the media reports, and to evaluate the strategies adopted to enhance NCA corporate image. Then we have the third research, which is on performance of technology transfer of the construction industry in Kenya. The objectives are to establish relationships between the level of technology transfer and the factors that influence it, and then also to formulate a model framework for enhancing technology transfer in Kenya. Then we also have the 4th one, which is an analysis of the construction industry outlook. And the objectives are looking at the construction sector impact in the economy, covering areas such as materials, markets, manpower, money, machinery, and management aspects. I am aware that this research is being undertaken as part of the performance contracts targets. And I am also aware that by disseminating the research output today, you're actually earning all the scores that are required and that target. I'm also aware that this research has been funded by the Exchequer for the benefit of the construction industry. Personally, I have no doubt that the 4 areas of research are relevant to the challenges currently facing both NCA and the industry. I have also no doubt of the quality of the research that has been undertaken, is evidenced by the presence of many professors. In fact, I'm wondering whether there is any higher concentration of professors this morning anywhere else other than here in a meeting, unless it's a Senate meeting or something like that. So if I have no doubts completely about the quality of the studies which have been done. I was about to ask whether really we have not gone to the wrong side of the research, because this is like covering fire. But I have already now been enlightened that in 2018, we actually did research on collapsing of buildings. Because that's really our common date. So you can actually be doing research in areas which are not your common dates, and then forgetting to solve the real problems. Because even if you are able to inseminate research on whether how people view NCA, how people view the industry, when a business collapses, that's like now a fire which you can no longer hide. So I'm also pleased that we have also done research on this, and that research, the research findings, are also on the website for NCA. The value for money for the research will, however, depend on the relevance and clarity of the findings and the recommendations. It will also depend on actual implementation of the recommendations, as there is need for a matrix indicating clearly each of the recommendations, who is to implement the same and by when. And therefore, I'm actually urging the management of NCA to also make sure that with respect to the previous research which has been undertaken, that we have similar matrices that clearly indicates, yeah, this was the research, these were the findings, these were the recommendations, these were the persons who were to take action, and if that action has not been taken, then that should be assigned, so that then action is taken immediately with the timelines, so that then very clearly we can benefit from the research that has been undertaken. Ladies and gentlemen, many of the activities that we undertake in our regulatory functions are merely inputs. The output is the required compliances. The output is the required compliances on which unfortunately, major weaknesses are exposed from time to time, especially when buildings collapse. The truth is that we cannot hide these weaknesses. The truth is that we cannot hide these weaknesses. In September or October, when I joined the ministry, from the Ministry of Transport where I was, from the State Department for Transport where I was PS, my first question to the board and the management of NCA was, when we sign performance contracts, how many buildings are we allowed to collapse? And how many people are we allowed to kill? You know, these performance contracts are progressive. You are getting, now you have cleared 80% of the problems. Next time now you have 90% must be cleared. Maybe the following year you must clear 100%. Now in our performance contract, because here we are also talking about performance contracts, we are not allowed to allow any one single building to collapse. Similarly, we are also not allowed to lose a single life or to have anybody injured because of collapsing of then at the same time, we need to make sure that we perform our core mandate effectively. As we perform our duties, we have of course established that we have a few gaps. Some of these are due to the laws, the regulations, and so forth. But in terms of our actions, it may be harder. We may have to work harder. But in terms of our actions and what we do, there should be no regulatory gaps. When we have got the regulations right, when we have got everything right, it will be easier for us. But for the time being, there should be no regulatory gaps, because we should work overnight. We should put in more effort. When we don't have the gaps in the law, it will be okay, and it will be much easier. But for now, we must ensure that there is no regulatory gaps. I am aware that NCA is currently operationalizing the enforcement unit to enhance compliance. And I'm sure that will help us a lot. It's in the same manner that most of the regulatory authority have enforcement units. A team at the headquarters that then is supposed to reinforce the actions of the officers who are out there in the regions. Because of the existing gaps, I'm discussing with the MD and urging him that as soon as possible, we should actually review the regulations so that we eliminate all the gaps and in a legal manner. Because when you do regulations, that's subsidiary law, and it actually helps to get our act together. The act for the regulations, for example, at the moment, there is a major gap, and one of them is how we relate to other key stakeholders, such as the county governments, because this is also a function that is also devolved. We actually have a devolved function, but at the same time, we also have a regulatory function that is national, so that then we have uniform standards throughout the country. Now, that link of how all these are coordinated does not come out very clearly in the regulations, and therefore it is very important that we embark on review of the regulations as soon as possible so that we can deal with these gaps. There are also issues on how we relate with the Board of Registration of the architects and the quantity surveyors, and also the engineers board. It's actually very interesting. Some of these gaps actually indicate some of the things that are very interesting. Like just the other day, a building collapsed in Kino. And before we could even start investigations, and we could even write statements at the police, because that's the requirement, the engineer quoted in the report, as they are proving, said he is not aware at all about any projects like that one where he is involved. Similarly, I also talked to the CEO of the Architects Regulation Board, and he also indicated that the architect is not aware that is also the architect for the building. This is very interesting, gentlemen. And it's good when we talk, because when now we have met here, all of us, the engineers are here, the architects are here, the quantity surveyors are here, and more than anything else, even the contractors are here. The other day, a building collapsed in Muranga. And the law requires that you actually write a statement at the nearest police station. And then, you know, I called the MD and I said, I asked him now, outline for me the process. And he said, first they have to write the statements because I was new. And therefore, our gentleman, the one in charge of that region, went and wrote a statement. And immediately he was put in. Because that statement accused him of some omissions and so forth. I hope he's now safely out completely. Now, the other people disappeared. Everybody went underground. Everybody went underground. And then we had an inquiry. The MD told me he was having now an inquiry. And I asked him, Bwana MD, you're having an inquiry with the people who have gone underground. They can't record statements at the police station, but now you can have an inquiry with them in your NCA offices. I told him, no, let these people go first, go and write their statements. But MD, I hope they did that. So we are making progress. We are definitely making progress. When the regulations are revised, that will help us. But a number of things are happening. The board is actively looking into some of these gaps, and they are trying to take action. And even the building code, which will guide a lot, because we have the one for 1968 now. The board has already managed to take it through all the required stakeholder meetings. It has already gone through the AG. It has also been presented to the two committees, the delegated legislation committees of Parliament, so that when we take it to Parliament, then it will not be a new draft. It's something that they have already gone through as committees. So let me congratulate you for doing the researches. First, for earning those scores, because then you will not be the last. But just to remind you, please ensure that work is not wasted. Ensure that work is not wasted, and ensure that at least to start with, for each of those papers, Bwana Director, make sure there is a matrix that clearly states what is the recommendation, and then it states clearly the timing for doing it and who is going to do it. So let's benefit as an institution from this research. Let's benefit the country from this research, and let it be research that will help us to perform our duties more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our chief guest, Bwana PS, for those very wise words and advice. Also want to thank the chairman, Kios Geido, for very good remarks. And we always say, if the remarks are good, you need to appreciate, heartily in a cheerful manner. So can we give a good, I don't know how to conduct claps, but I know we'll be able to clap uniformly. So can we do 3 rounds of claps to our PS and the chair? 1, 2, 3. Again. Mwisho. Thank you very much. So, Bwana PS, thank you, and I think now the ceremony is good to go. But we wanted to request, before we take, because the next presentation will be very heavy and detailed and deep, if I may use those 3 words. So I would request that we have a small break. First, it will help us to do the group photo session. Then you do a quick tea break so that when we come to sit, we don't now have to struggle with our energy levels. I know it's not been very long ago when we had our tea, but because of the way the session is, I would request we have a short break, which will have a group photo out there. I think there's a place that has been prepared for us with our chief guest, and I want all of us to appear on the photo. You know, nowadays, evidence is very important. We want to be sure that you came. Of course, for those who are online, I told you online there's nothing we are losing, because everything that is happening there, we are capturing it, and even several years later, it will still be in our website. So I want to request for a short break out there, then we do a quick tea, then we come back for the presentation. And when we come back, of course, the presenter will be just there so that you don't have to struggle when you come back. Our next session will be, basically we'll be setting the stage for what is ahead of the day. So, yeah. So we'll be doing our next presentation, under Engineer Nyakondo. Just get ready. You'll be setting the stage for the presentation on the construction industry outlook, which will be looking at the industry statistics and trends before we go to plenary, and then we'll be getting from there on. Of course, the MC after the break will be David Matthew, who is the manager in charge of, general manager in charge of research and business development at the authority. So with those remarks, I want to request all of us to quietly move out, go to the photo session area, take a cup of tea, then we come back. I want to give ourselves, because of the photo session and the tea, we come back at 10:30, that will be 24 minutes. That's good enough. Thank you very much. See you after tea break and after photo session.
at this point, and for today's purpose, we will focus ourselves on the construction industry outlook. We'll be able to discuss the dynamics and the trends that we're observing in the construction industry. And I am happy to note that this report could even be more updated because you know for the last 2 years, the entire economy has been highly constrained by the emergence of COVID-19. And therefore, there are a lot of implications, even in our sector. And therefore, when we are looking at the construction industry outlook, what are the major trends in certain segments of the construction industry? I think that will be interesting. And to take us through this, we have Engineer Stephen Nyakondo. I want to invite Engineer Stephen Nyakondo. Engineer Stephen Nyakondo is our manager for research and business development at the National Construction Authority. And then to aid us through the conversation, we have a moderator who is Professor Sylvester Masu. Prof, I'm requesting you to take a seat over there. He will guide the conversations. Professor Masu will introduce himself. At some point, I'll give him a chance to introduce himself, and then he can take over. Then the panelists or the discussants, we have Mr. Isaac Kariuki Ndegwa. Mr. Ndegwa, kindly take up a seat. Mr. Kariuki is from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. He's actually the chairperson of the task force of NCA that focuses on the construction industry outlook. And he's also the one leading the section at KNBS that focuses on the construction industry statistics. So we all know that KNBS publishes the economic survey, and within the economic survey there is a section that addresses matters construction industry. So he's the one who is leading that, and I'm very happy to note that he's also supported by a team that is present here. Yes, and I'm very happy for that. Then we have Professor Omenya, kindly also take up a seat. Professor is one of the greatest supporters of the research agenda at NCA. Karibu sana, Prof. Prof will also be a discussant on the major trends and the emerging issues within the construction industry. Then we have Professor Titus Kiva. Professor Kiva, I think, yes, yeah, Professor Kiva is over there. Karibu sana, Professor. Professor is at JQuat, and as earlier noted, he's in construction management. His area of focus is construction economics, and therefore he'll help us to make sense out of the many issues that we are observing in the construction industry. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome this team to make a presentation. Thank you very much. Can we allow them? Masu, to introduce yourself and introduce your panel. Then Steve can make a presentation.
Thank you, members. Good morning. Earlier on, I had introduced myself. Once again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sylvester Munguti Masu. I'm a professor at the Technical University of Kenya. I am a professor in quantity surveying and construction management. I'm also a director, former director of the School of Architecture and the Built Environment, split into two. Now we've got two schools, one in architecture and spatial planning, and the other one in construction and property studies. I head the one in construction and property studies. My friend here is the other director, that is Professor Mochache. Been a lecturer for almost 40 and something years, most a practitioner at the same time. And I hope we'll be able to get down to the root problems which bedevil the industry, and see how we are going to get out of it. Next to me, he will introduce himself.
Okay, good morning once again. Isaac Degwa is my name, from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, specifically from the Production Statistics Directorate. I'm a senior manager in charge of industrial statistics. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, the light caught up with me. Yeah, Professor Alfred Omenya. Yes, I'm a professor of architecture. I was the founding dean of the two schools that Professor Masu is talking about. I handed over to Professor Masu. That was at Technical University. I'm currently a professor at University of Canberra in Australia, focusing largely on research issues. I sit with Professor Masu again in the College of Fellows of the Architectural Association of Kenya. For those who don't know what that organ is, ndio nyumba ya wazee for the Architectural Association of Kenya. And of course, on my day-to-day job, I run EcoBuild Africa. And EcoBuild is actually, we pride ourselves to be, the only architectural practice that specializes in research. And that's a contribution we make to the industry. And of course, for those of us who doubt the value of research, you can see that some of us live, eat, and our bills are paid almost 100% by research. So Akech and your team, we're very excited to be here to share, to partake in this brilliant output that's coming from NCA. Thank you.
My name is Professor Titus Kiva. Professor at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, professor in construction management and quantity surveying. I also practice the same. I teach and practice in the same fields. And I have been part of the NCA research activity from the year 2016. We did the first research, which spanned from 2016 all the way to 2018, 2019, the research on building failures. And now, the 2020, 2021, now what we have here, I've been part of it, and I'm proud that we are here. I'm happy, I thank God, to say what has been being done. And I hope this takes us where we have envisioned, together with the many other scholars here, in the researchers and participants in the research endeavor at the NCA. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Session Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Executive Director and board members present. Mine will be very brief, just to highlight some few details of the report that was launched in June last year. This is the first edition for the construction industry outlook, and it's the first ever in the country. What we've done is we've tried to put together information that is collected by the various bodies of government, and tried to analyze it over a period of time so that we can be able to create sort of a trend of how the construction industry looks like. And we intend to have this as an annual publication, which we are hoping that we can be able to release the second one in July this year. So the background of this is that the industry the construction industry is a fundamental segment of the economy of Kenya because it links with quite a number of industries. Actually, it links with all industries that are happening in the country. And we realize that it is very important in terms of business because it affects all perspectives of the construction of the economy of the country. The GDP of the country is highly impacted by what the construction industry is doing. And in the recent past, we were able to see how it has really grown. You can see there the trend from 2012 because we were able to look at the information that has been published in various public documents about the growth of the industry. From 2012 all the way to 2020, you can be able to see the kind of trend that we are having. It started with 4.8 all the way to 11.8 last year. So it shows there's quite a lot of impact that this sector does to the economy. In 2018-2019, which is our year of analysis, we were able to see the change in growth, which was very substantial, from 6.4 going up to 6.9 in 2018, showing quite a big contribution to the GDP of almost 5.6. We also noted that the consumption of cement during that period also increased. Country. And then we also noted that the civil works, when you're talking about civil works, and I think majorly is about the roads and the dams that are being done in the country, there was quite a substantial growth in that sector of the construction industry. Then finally, we also were able to see a summary. This is just a summary of what we found, is that the expenditure in the construction industry grew by 31% over that period of analysis. The outlook is a document that we hope will be very beneficial to the construction industry because we know that there's a lot of information that is collected by all our partners in this country, and we believe that if this information is put together and analyzed, it can be very beneficial to the participants, especially our contractors and the engineers who are participating in the industry. So that is why we decided to develop this document and also make sure that we can be able to reach out and get as accurate information as possible because we are reaching out to the various agencies and they are giving us the information so that this information is made available to the public. We are also ensuring that we can be able to create as much awareness on the industry processes, what is happening, what is new, and what is coming into the future. We are also trying to consolidate data from these participants. We're also monitoring the industry. That's also another key aspect, especially why we want to develop this document, to see how the industry is improving. Then also to identify gaps in the market, create awareness of industry standards, and highlight emerging issues. So this document is an important document which we hope it's going to be very beneficial to the industry. I'll skip that because I've mentioned about it. Basically, it's just trying to highlight. So the methodology of how we've been able to bring this information, and as I mentioned, most of the data that we have here is secondary data. It's data that has been collected from various agencies in the government. We have data from housing, we have data from the banks, from our sister agencies, that is Borax, KGBS, EBK, NEMA. These are organizations that we've partnered with in this development of this document. The information was put together, although we were not able to collect all the data for the from 2012 to 2019. Small challenge there, but I think having these sessions and discussing with all of us here highlights and helps us so that as we go back to our agencies, then we can also see why it is important for us to be able to share data. So that we were not able to get quite all the data that we wanted, but what we got, we were able to analyze. We used softwares to analyze this data. We had a partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and they guided us, especially because they've been doing this for quite a while, developing the economic survey report, and we wanted to work in a similar manner, and we agreed that our analysis should be done between 150 to 250 days after the end of the year, so that we can be able to publish a report at around that time. So this is a best practice that we got from Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and we hope to catch up on the same. statistics themselves, this is how the industry looks like. And we were able to pick this information from 2012 all the way to 2020. And you can see there, when you're talking about the growth, and I had portrayed it back then, you could be able to see the growth growing. It grew from 6.1 and then all the way to 2015, where we had 13.8, and that has been the highest ever that we've been able to receive. Then we went 2016 all the way to 2019, and the recently released survey, we noted that there was a slight shift. It moved from 6.4 to 11.8, and I believe Bonandegwa probably is here. He'll be able to highlight that slight change as to why it moved from 6.4 to 11.8. And if you look at 2015, why did it shoot up? There's some of the things that we were picking out. We realized that that's when SGR was being done. That's when LabSet was picking up. So those are major projects that were happening, and probably those could have been the reason as to why there was that slight shot in the development of the industry. In terms of cement consumption, this is also another key element when you're talking about construction. Cement is very key, especially for this country where we are still yet to adopt alternative technologies. You will see there from 2012, in terms of the cement consumption, we at some point, we were at a very high production rate. We were having quite a high cement production in the country because we were importing, you can see there 2012, we were importing, it's around 35%, 35,000 tons of cement. We are being imported, and more or less you can see the blue line is steady, showing that the import has been steady. We've been importing cement, but also we've been exporting cement. The green line shows how much export of cement that we are doing in the country. And if you look at it, you will see the highest we exported was in 2013. But it has been coming down. It has been coming down, and maybe it's because we are consuming a lot in terms of construction, but also we realized that there was a new entrant into the East African market, Dangote industry. And Dangote industries, they've been growing quite a lot in terms of cement production. Probably those are the reasons why the cement exports is going down. So it's something, those are questions that, you know, now this report gives us questions for us to be able to do studies and understand. Because that's how we can be able to monitor. Government usually documents their investments in housing. As NCA, we've tried to improve on the same to try and see how can we be which is quite substantial. Very high expenditure was done in 2016-2017 financial year that we can be able to see there, and it's been growing. If you look at the 2020 survey report that was released recently, you'll also find that actually it has even gone up beyond the 173 that was recorded in 2016. So there has been a lot of investment in that area. This is just to show us the detail in terms of the kilometers that has been done. If you get the report, you can download it from our website. You'll get the detailed report on how much has been done up to the year 2020. In terms of loans and absorptions, this information from the bankers, you can see there the investment, the amount of money that has been taken up by constructors in this country is been growing. It started from 70,000 in 2013 and has been growing all the way up to 2019 when this report was done. So it shows there's some development, there's financing, and there are questions that it gives us. Why is it that when you go out there and see the kind of investment that are there, can we be able to compare it with the loans that we have? So where is that money coming from? Maybe
locally we have very heavy investors who are putting in cash into the investment projects. So it's something that gives us questions so that we can continue doing the study on the same. We also looked at the machinery. That's also another key area in the construction industry, as indicated by our peers in the morning, one of the 6 M's. As a country, we've done a lot of imports of machinery. We've been doing a lot of imports of machinery. The green line, you can see there, shows us the amount of imports that we've done in terms of Kenya shillings, the value of imports that we've done in terms of Kenya shillings. It's been moving all the way. 2015, very high. On 2016, it dropped to a very low there. 2019, it started growing. And I think as we proceed, you'll be able to see in the next report that you are going to publish that it is still going up. But something else that was very surprising to us is also that as a country we are exporting machines. So it's something that we need to go and see. When we are saying that we have deficient machines in the country, but yet we are still exporting. So it's something that you can be able to, those are questions, especially for our dons, so that they can be able to assist us to do such kind of surveys. So the blue line shows us that as a country, we are exporting machinery. When you come to the projects that we've registered as NCA, these are the statistics that we've been able to generate from our systems all the way from 2015 when we started registering projects. You can be able to see the value. In terms of value, that is in billions. That's Kenya shillings billions. So you can see Nairobi, there's been a lot of development. Nairobi is the lowest, which is close to 525 million Kenya shillings in investments within the Nairobi County. Kisumu, quite low, but we also have data for the other counties, which you can be able to access from our report. But basically, these are the highest performing in terms of development projects in the country. When we also look at the trend, this also, because we wanted to also look at it and see how does it match with the data that Kenya Bureau of Statistics has in terms of investments in construction, you'll see when we started registering projects, that is in 2016, it was at 0. We reached a peak at 2018 when we had close to 113 million Kenya shillings in investments. And this has been increasing. You can see the green line showing us how much has been invested and over this period of time. There's the number of projects, and the blue line shows the number of projects and the green line shows the amount in financing. The other thing that we are trying to analyze was also in terms of green construction, because this is also a very key area that has been highlighted in very many forums, how green is the country. So you can be able to see there, in terms of green projects that have been done, we have quite a number of green projects that are happening in the country. And the professionals being registered every other year, you'll see the professionals who are registered are decreasing. I don't know why, but it's something that needs to be looked at so that we can get to understand why are we having very few professionals while we have very many projects coming in. The blue line there, the blue line you can be able to, it shows us in 2013 the number of green projects that were registered. Yeah, so it's very high. In 2014 there was none. 2015 there was none, but 2016 we had some projects which were registered as green, and this is information from Kenya Green Building Society. Then you can be able to compare those statistics and understand how green are we moving as a construction industry. Then we also looked at manpower, and manpower when we're also looking at the contractors. As of 2020, December 31st December, this is the statistics that we had in terms of contractors. How many contractors do we have in the country? That's a question that we have close to 88,000 contractors, and this is usually registered in terms of the specific class: mechanical, electrical, and civil, water, and building. So in total, we have 88,000, and NCA 8 has the highest number of registered contractors, with an NCA 1 of 1,758. So you can be able to see the statistics when you're talking about contractors in the country, but these are not contractors in good standing. I'll show you in a few minutes contractors in good standing. Contractors in good standing are the ones who comply every year to come and renew. So you'll be able to see the difference. We have 88,000, but probably the ones who renew are close to 20,000. So there's a question there. Why do we have that big disparity in terms of the renewals? And that's what it shows us. When you look at, and this is in terms of percentages, we were looking at every financial year. And the blue line that you can see, sorry, the figures are very small, but let me use the blue. The blue line shows NCA 1 compliance, and NCA 1 out of the 1,758, only 48% complied. That is in the year 2020-2021. That was the COVID year. So 44% complied. Then we moved to 2019-2020, 39% complied. 2018-2019, we had a compliance level of 66%. So we've never been able to achieve 100%. That's a question that we have as NCA, trying to see why that reason is there. Then something also very unique, you can see there, the compliance level of NCA 8. NCA 8, which has more than 40,000, only 16% comply in the year 2021. Then we moved to 2020, 17%, 2018, 22%. So those are questions. It's for us, when you do this, it gives us questions so that we can now start thinking what are the challenges that we are facing. And you can see the trend there. The trend there is that when our NCA 1, they comply more than the NCA 8. It's a general trend which you can be able to determine from all the statistics that we are seeing. As NCA, we've also tried to ensure that we can be able to bring on board these contractors by training them. And this is an initiative that we've been able to start. We started in 2014, 2015. Quite a number of contractors were trained. You can see there, we started from 5,000 all the way to 2019, 2020. That's the COVID year, when we had a challenge of close to only 3,000 coming on board to do the trainings. And these trainings usually are very important because they try to highlight what are the compliance issues that are in the industry. Because as we do our researches, there are issues that we pick out and we put into our trainings so that the contractor can get to understand what are the issues that are there in the industry. We also looked at the issues of the professionals, and this is also very key information that can assist us, because as you heard in the morning, when PS was giving his remarks, he talked about the professionals in the industry, the competency and them not being there for the projects. Probably it could be because of the issue of numbers. These statistics shows us, as a country, the registered professionals, and that's the period, that's when this information, we got it 2019, the 2019 November, from the various agencies. We had 1,500 registered professionals in terms of architects. QSS, there were 931, physical planners 220, engineers 1,323. And if you look at those ratios, you can see the ratios there, 0.32, 0.02, very, very low in comparison to the recommended UN statistics that are required. There are countries that we were trying to just compare so that we can get to understand. If you look at Austria, Austria has a ratio of 0.53 in terms of architects. So 0.53, can you be able to compare with 0.03? It means we still have very few architects. Probably we are not doing a lot of development. So if you can compare, our nearest where we can be able to say we are close is Ghana. And Ghana, they are at 0.02. Uganda is at 0.04. So I think that's something that we can be able to look at and see what is it that we can be able to address in terms of the professionals of the construction industry. What are the strategies that are being done currently? Because the industry is also really moving. There is a lot that is happening. We have the Physical Land Use Planning Act, which was enacted very recently, and actually the regulations have also been enacted. So there's quite a lot that has been done in terms of trying to address the issues of planning and development of our construction works. Then we also have the National Building Regulation, that is the building code, which is quite at a very advanced stage. Hopefully we can be able to have it enacted in the next few months or so that it can also guide us in terms of standards.
We have the construction industry policy, which was really a stakeholder development document, and we've been able to issue it to the various agencies. Hopefully we'll be able to have it enacted also quite soon. We have the code of conduct, we have deep excavation and abandoned sites guideline, which has been developed by the authority, and then we also have the strategy for capacity building for the construction industry. So these are initiatives that are happening, which we hope that we can be able to work on and ensure we deliver the best in terms of regulation for the industry. What do we discover? So this is, I'll just go through this very quickly. These are some of the challenges that we got when we were doing this study. Number one is the issue of the cycle. We realized that we had a challenge in terms of the cycle because various agencies report their findings in different periods. There are people who report by financial year, there are people who report by calendar year. So as NCA, because we want to put this information together, that challenge came for us. We also came with the challenge of issues of collecting this information. Various agencies, the information is not readily available. So we had a challenge in terms of that. We also had a challenge in terms of the classification because KNBS being our data, they are the data gurus in the country, and they're the ones who keep all the data. They have a classification method, which we need to see how, as NCA, we can be able to align our data and ensure that when we are speaking, we speak the same language with our sister agency, especially KNBS. The project registration also, that's also somewhere where we need to have the public sector. We realize that most of our projects are private sector projects. So it's something that we also need to see how we can be able to enhance the government to register their projects. We also had from our system a few issues in terms of the data and how the data is collected. Data from agencies that I've mentioned, then contractor financial and employment information. This is also something that we got as something that we need to start looking at because as a country and based on the advice that we've gotten from KNBS, we need to start seeing how the contractors turnover or how the contractors are performing. Because as NCA, that information should be very important for us so that it can be able to guide the processes of looking at the economy. So it's something that we have introduced in the new scenario that we hopefully will launch to see how this financial aspect of contractors can be captured. Professional outlook also, that's how the professionalism in the industry is practiced. The other area that we're also looking at in this report that we're going to do, the next one, is on the time of the key performance areas. The key performance areas for the industry. We did a study in collaboration with ANINVA where we identified 7 key performance areas for the construction industry. Them being time, cost, quality, client satisfaction, client changes, business performance, health and safety. So these are the key performance areas for the construction industry. If we can be able to harvest data on all these areas, then we'll be able to give a clear picture of how the construction industry is performing. So this document is available on our website. Soon it will be obsolete because we'll be launching the next one, hopefully in the next 3 or 4 months, so that we can be able to pick the information that we have there. I want to finish there, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of claps. Asante sana. Yes, thank you, Steve. Steve has noted that this document is almost becoming obsolete because we are continuously updating it. It's only that this is the version that was launched, and therefore that is what had to be presented. Now, the other thing, we are glad to note the presence of our executive director. He has rejoined us, and also our board members. Karibuni sana. It gives us a lot of motivation when we see you seated to support the role of construction research dissemination. Now, at this point, and now with the permission of my CEO, I would like to invite Professor Sylvester Masu, who also happens to have been my teacher at the university. He taught me 2 units, and I'm forever grateful, Professor. For you to now, once again, you can do a quick round of introduction because of our directors and the CEO, and then from there, you can take us through the discussions on the issues presented before us by Engineer Nyakondo. Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you very much. I think a quick introduction. My name is Livestra Maso. I'm a quant surveyor by profession. I'm a professor in quant surveying and construction management. Lectured at the University of Nairobi, University of Technical University of Kenya. Before I was at the University of Nairobi for 33 years, before I came down to TUK. I think in the meantime, yes. Over on this other side are the discussants or the panelists, and I would like them to introduce themselves so that we quickly get into the business.
Good morning once again. Isaac Devo from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I'm a senior manager in charge of industrial statistics. Yeah, Professor Alfredo Menya from EcoBuild Africa, Professor of Architecture, and also a fellow of the Architectural Institute of Kenya, and researcher and professor of the University of Canberra. Thank you.
Professor Titus Kiva, Jomo Kenyatta University, Professor of Construction Management and Quant Survey, and with interest in construction economics, systems of construction, and the data, and involved in research work a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Now we can start. My first question will go to Professor Kiva, and this is in connection with the forward and backward linkages and the importance of the construction industry in the economy. Kiva, can you give us or share some light with respect to the forward and backward linkages which do have multiple effects in the construction industry?
Thank you, Chair. The industry, as pointed out in the presentation that has gone, is a consumer and also a producer at the same time, consuming materials from manufacturers of materials and suppliers of equipment, both made in Kenya and from abroad, imports and the current products that we put in and produce structures for facilities for all kinds of work, including habitations, homes, and places, offices, and places for production, industrial buildings. And in way of pointing out what kind of data. Okay, before I go to the data, it's important. It's something that needs focus. The implications are that more than has been before, we need to focus on the happenings of the industry in order to define that function. The role is big, and as indicated by the statistics, ranging from 4% in Kenya and has been all the way from 4 and down up to even 9 and all the way to beyond 15% contribution to the GDP. We have the global one is around 10% contribution to the GDP. And the implications for us here as construction industry players is that we look at it in a bit to refine it, to improve this role and to refine the chemistry of the role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiva. Now I go to the structured questions, and this one will go to Mr. Isaac Kariuki Dewa. Kariuki, the construction industry is a fundamental sector which permeates most of the other segments of the economy. In your opinion, is there adequate data harvesting within the industry? 2, in what ways can the industry players incorporate a data layer into the construction operations and performance?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start from the rivers. Of course, when the presentation was being done, I heard that we have quite a number of contractors who don't register, but they are still involved in construction work. So if you don't register, then that means that is a lot of information that basically we are missing. When you look at the construction projects currently running in the country, basically they span for more than 1 year. And as a statistical organization, instead of confirming that the numbers you are releasing for purposes of consumption, they are official, then we have another task in terms of ensuring that we are able to value output basically from this sector. And the way we do it is the way that was being presented. Every year we must be able to value the different sectors of this economy. And given that the projects are taking more than 1 year, that would mean that we need to have a very good and elaborate way of ensuring that we are able to look at the total construction price, and then we are able to prorate within the construction period, and these are the numbers basically that we have been reporting. But of course, with the time we have noted there could be those gaps, and that is why we have this kind of forums, and I think with the discussion that we'll be having, then we should be able to discuss this. From the onset, I wanted to mention that construction sector, basically we brought a look at 3 areas with regard to statistics. And one of the broad areas is in regard to the building works, both residential and non-residential. And we can discuss further in terms of the areas of data gaps. The other area in terms of statistics has to do with the civil works. And this is one area that I can proudly say that given that there could be a number of sectors that are monitoring this area, we don't have a lot of gaps. And you have seen even in terms of the presentation, when you look at the expenditures to the roads, railways, other infrastructures, they are key. And the other third item that we are guided in terms of statistics that we are supposed to be collecting when it comes to the construction sector are the specialized construction works. And there is an area that I know and we can discuss further. We have a lot of small players, talk of painters. These are highly specialized areas, even issues of the final finishings of buildings, and these are areas that we could be having some gaps in terms of statistics. And all these broad areas, they are guided by what we call the international standards of industrial classification. Lastly, to just preempt, it has been noted that, of course, we have revised the numbers, and we will be providing the updated series. Of course, we are doing this as a part of best practices, because remember, the statistics that we generate for construction in Kenya, they need to be fairly representative, both internally, regionally, and also we have some international organizations where we also respond. I think for now I can stop there, sir.
Thank you very much. A clap for you. The second question will go to Professor Omenya Alfred. Alfred, in the period you have worked in the industry, construction industry, what challenges can you pinpoint as regards data harvesting in the construction industry in Kenya? In the period you have worked in the construction industry, what challenges can you pinpoint as regards data harvesting in the construction industry in Kenya? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator Sylvester, Professor Sylvester Masu. And thanks for that question. First, I just want to actually appreciate the role that NCA is doing in terms of construction industry data. Actually, prior to this, the only data we relied on in the entire construction industry has been from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that generally is quite inadequate for us as researchers working in this industry. I've been fortunate to work literally on all segments of the industry, from working with development partners like the World Bank on issues like building regulations and so on, to bigger international organizations. Currently, I'm doing work with Global Climate Fund on green buildings, looking for baselines in the country. We've worked on specific buildings and so on. So I want to give very concrete examples in terms of what I consider to be data gaps, and I think it will also be interesting to for us to reflect what these things actually mean for us. The Kenya construction industry is one of the industries where really nobody has an idea whom the players actually are. As this presentation was being made, I was asking myself that, okay, fine, I mean, with the statistics that National Construction Authority is showing us there of professionals, for example, and even contractors, the question that comes is that who's building this country? Is it those 800 quantity surveyors or 300 engineers and so on? And it's a big gray area. And of course, like I said, I'll give very concrete examples. Currently, we're working on a project that hopefully is going to be Kenya's first project, actually Africa's first project to attract climate funds from the Global Climate Fund. And one of the things that we're dealing with there is to demonstrate that the various initiatives that are being used from construction, materials, to energy issues, to infrastructure, that there's significant improvement against the baseline. Where do we get that baseline information? What is the predominant material we're using to construct in Kenya? We have an idea, but where do we get the data? Is it concrete? Is it brick? Is it roofing, roofs, or whatever it is? Even when it comes to infrastructure, the information is there, but it's all over the place. It's not structured. You see, because for all these things, we must be able to prove that that the information base that we're using is robust. Therefore, the claims we're making in terms of improving the building industry is actually clear. And this goes on to even private sector engagement. Currently, we are working with Actis and Mivida Homes and so on. And what they're interested in is who are these players, again, who are building in the different parts of the city, in terms of who are the ones investing. Are they individuals? Are they corporations? Who are the ones constructing? Are they big contractors? Are they medium-sized contractors? Who are the ones occupying those homes? Are they individuals, or are they families, or single individuals and so on? And it's quite interesting again that you really don't have this information, and yet it is information that we need on a day-to-day basis. And I can go on and on in terms of what you actually need, but we actually have a sector where literally every single information you need, whether it is information on mortgages, whether it is information on green buildings as been presented here, whether it's information on materials and technologies, whether it's information on professionals, who are they, where they're practicing, where can you find them, whether it's information on the contractors themselves that NCA deals with, who are these people, where they registered, how can I get them, and so on. You find that that information is actually quite difficult to get. I just want to make a quick comment here, and again, very excited with what NCA is doing and the sort of questions that NCA is asking. As my last point before I hand over back to Sylvester, I think more fundamentally we must ask ourselves, why on earth do we need research? Why do we need this sort of information? And sadly, Kenya has very poor research culture, not in terms of, by research culture I don't mean the research itself. We do research, But we don't have a research culture, meaning that we don't make decisions on the basis of research and knowledge. In this country, we make decisions on the basis of what my professor used to call voodoo science, where somebody tells you it's good to invest in this one, and you dash and invest. And somebody tells you there's no housing, and then you proceed and put up these buildings and they remain empty. Compared to a context I worked in for quite some time, which is a South African context, our neighbors here, South Africa demystified research a long time ago. And almost every single decision, be they decisions around universities, be they government decisions, be they private sector decisions, there's hardly any decision that you make without some evidence, some knowledge basis. Yeah, but for us here, from individuals all the way to government, we make decisions because we saw it work in Malaysia. This is how they're doing it in Nigeria, and so on and so forth, as opposed to using actual information and actual knowledge that then we can say, look here, we have a problem. Why do we have a problem? NCA has shown us through their studies, or the universities have shown us through their studies, that this is a challenge. And even when we're making decisions, we have the numbers. We're saying, yes, these are the people who need housing, for example. These are the people, the type of houses they need. This, and it's based on a study. So there, of course, I mean, I just get into deeper studies, and my initiative is actually likely to work. But thank you so much, moderator. Back to you.
Thank you very much. The third question goes to Isaac. In Kenya, various bodies publish new sample reports about construction industry performance, quoting various industry statistics. What is your take on the consumption of that data in the construction business activities? 2, how can data harvested be made available to the various industry players? Over to you.
Thank you very much. You know, statisticians, you are normally very economical with with words, but from my own experience, I've been engaging also with the contractors, because they come to our offices looking for what we call the input price indices, and these are indices that normally contractors use when they are doing their variation of prices. And I don't know how many of us are aware that from the Economic Survey 2018 to 2021, that is currently in our website, we have revised our CP, that is Construction Input Price Indices, to current, and this is an index that basically we are releasing on a quarterly basis. Of course, the previous one, we noted that it had a number of challenges. One, the base was basically very old, and at least what we have now has a base of 2018, so it is very current. So we would want to encourage contractors basically to be accessing some of these documents. They come in handy because I think nowadays there's a requirement. If you are in roads and you want to quote anything with Kenya, they require you to use the statistics from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. It has 4 components. And the new ones, basically, we have introduced an aspect of course, the machineries, and also we have enhanced the aspect of the labor component. Then in 2018, we did a comprehensive census of industrial production, and within that report, we were able to engage with the contractors and other players in the construction sector. And we even had a special report in the Economic Survey of 2020 on the census of industrial production 2018. And these are documents that would really encourage institutions to basically utilize. So when you are putting statistics, of course, the statistics from KNBS, they are more or less the official statistics, because as an institution, we are guided by some international fundamentals that we are supposed to be following on a day-to-day basis, and of course, ensuring that the numbers here released they are based on best practices in terms of how we compare them. So, what from my take we need to ensure is that given that we are using the international standards of industrial classification of all economic activities, and as I rightly alluded to in terms of the three broad areas at the division level, where we are collecting statistics in terms of construction. We need to, once the domesticated version of that document is done by our CS in a very near future, then we will be embarking on some dissemination platforms so that we can bring on board all the players so that they understand categorically in terms of what is it, when you're talking about construction, what is it that basically we are dealing with. So we need to be able to ensure that at least we are all talking from the same front, which I think it's still work in progress, but I have, for the last few years, I've really seen a lot of improvements, and I would specifically like to thank NCA for seriously inviting us for this kind of forums where we are able to mention or to tell participants in terms of whatever we are doing on a day-to-day basis. So that is my take in terms of the numbers that are normally quoted. Ours are the official ones. So if we have institutions that are also generating a lot of statistics that are geared towards the construction sector, we need to have a tete-a-tete, or we need to have further discussions so that at least we are able to see whether the methodologies they are basically utilizing in terms of the numbers they are generating, they meet certain thresholds so that they can be quoted as official. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A clap for him. Let me go to Professor Kiva. Kiva, yes, he has talked about data, different publishers on some information. But do you think the country experiences data gaps, especially in relation to the construction industry? If your answer is yes, could you kindly highlight some of the data gaps in the industry or construction industry in Kenya, please?
Yes, thank you, Professor Masu, moderator. Yes, I think there are data gaps, some of them having been pointed out in the process of presentation that has gone before, challenges, in way of challenges that the team encountered in formulating or packaging the construction industry outlook. However, I will be quick to point out that previously, when we had data coming from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, from the statistical abstracts and economic reviews, before we had this initiative by the NCA of the construction industry outlook, the main issue was not the absence of the data or data gaps. The main issue was the form in which the data was, the form. In a form that would not be effectively used by the architect or the QS or the engineer, but the data was there. Number one, because I am one person who tried to use the data sometime in the year 2005, 2006. It was there when I found myself visiting the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The data is there, but the way it is in the form, it was not immediately consumable. And myself being there, experienced scholar, if I'm not able to, I was not able to consume it. That time, it would not readily be consumable by perhaps a contractor or a fellow of other people, a practitioner in the industry. That's number one. Number two, the detail when it was required that time. But now with the construction industry outlook, now that we have now a maiden fashion that has gone by, presented, and to be refined as time goes by, things are better, so there is more. However, there is great room for improvement, even in this one that we have. I will point out a number of areas. One, in way of making it be better, more adequate, One is to capture more factors than have been captured before. We have in a study that was done in a doctoral study recently, PhD at Jomo Kenyatta in this area, we realized that very many factors influence construction industry more than we have captured here. Of course, here we have the population, we have interest rates, we have inflation rates that are indicated or implied, but all we are saying is that there are more. So we will be giving and pointing out to the panel or the department or the team that works on this to capture more factors. We'll give the list of more factors that might influence construction output or construction activity in the industry, to capture more. And in the form that is readily useful by the construction industry players, the practitioners, and the researchers. That's number one. Then the other area which needs more work is to capture the construction industry capacity. The production capacity of the construction industry has so far not been that very well captured. Today we capture it in terms of the numbers of contractors and also have an indicator in terms of what classes the contractors are. But really, is that capacity? What can that contractor do really? And so that capture, there is a lot to be decided there as of like, are they able to do what they are called upon to do? Does that indicator capture the reality on the ground? There is something there to capture as a capacity. And another one is the managerial capacity of the industry, because it's not a question of how much machinery we have and how much staff we have in way of employees, size of the contractor. There is the managerial capacity, understanding the industry. One insight that we'll get, maybe that should be answered for another question later, is the behavior of the industry in terms of systems. Construction industry is a complex socio-economic system. It responds in a very interesting way, and you can Google for yourself some archetype, system archetype known as balancing process with a delay. Balancing process with a delay. The way the construction industry responds to policy measures is a balancing process with a delay. You can Google that. And it implies that when we take action, it doesn't respond quickly. And when it responds quickly, it starts responding, it responds and does things which are beyond expectation, and it might be misbehaving inadvertently in the way it reacts. So that requires a lot of insight by the policy implementers and the designers, so that when we, not only just at the micro level, but as the sectoral, meso and macro, what we are doing as a capacity, because managerial capacity is capacity, actually. That's another one which we need to capture in the statistics. How well are we able to manage? Finally, the training, the analysts of the data. The data can be there, captured or harvested, because data collection, the word harvesting here is being used to mean what we can automatically catch as it's being, it's happening in the speak of data analytics. We capture it automatically as it happens. But there is the data collection, as it were, during the researches, a different thing altogether, but all of them working together to bring the data available for analysis. But what about the analyst? There is a problem with the analyst. Construction industry training so far for the engineers and the quantity surveyors and the architects has been such a way that we look at the micro behavior on the site, behavior on the project. But when things become elephant at the sector and the industry, now we do not have the capacity enough for the analysis. So we may have so much data, but who is looking at it and making sense out of it? You have to input in policy and practice. There is a niche, and therefore I'll finish by saying One thing that can be done to improve that is further training at the postgraduate, as it were, master's and PhD, doctoral, to improve the analysis capacity of the industry, and therefore data available will be used or examined more thoroughly and aggressively, and we have synthesis beyond analysis for input in innovation, and then we see the results of the usage of the data. Thank you, Moderator. Thank you.
Let me go to, would you want to join Professor Mena? I come to him, Isaac. Despite the growing figures in investment and rising cement consumption records, the industry statistics, that is gross domestic product growth, they have declined steadily in the first 5 years. What has informed this decline, and how can it be reversed?
Thank you very much. I think as the presenter was doing the presentation, Engineer Nyakodo, he mentioned that we'll be revising some of the numbers that basically have been projected. But from what I have, if you look at the contribution of the construction to the overall GDP in 2016, we had 5.1%, and as of the Economic Survey 2021 report, which basically covers the period of performance of year 2020, the contribution to overall GDP was at 7.0%. Basically, what has informed that shift up in numbers is that we revised our national accounts aggregates, and Professor Kifa is aware of that. In fact, he has been on my back with regard to these numbers. We revised our numbers, and when you revise, now the base period is 2016. So, and why the revision is because within that period of time, we have been able to conduct quite a number of surveys and the censuses. I mentioned the census of industrial production, and these are very good key sources that inform in terms of the revisions. So 2016 it was 5.1, 2017 5.4, 2018 5.8, 2019 6.0, and 2020 is at 7%. In terms of growth, also of the sector, 2016 5.8, 2017 6.3, 2018 6.1, and 2020 we have the figure that was quoted 11.8. So basically there has been an upward trajectory, and from statistics KNBS, or from where I'm sitting, the contribution is basically consistent with the investment that have been made in the sector, which basically is supported by the expansion in the various areas that we are seeing, and basically in the area of railways, and also the road infrastructure. Basically, I think that is my position.
Thank you very much on that. Next question is to Professor Omenya. From the CIO report, it is noted that the higher NCA category of contractor registration, the more likely the renewal chance, indicating the very unhealthy business environment for MSMEs. What is your
it is also the most problematic in terms of compliance. I think all of us know what happened the other day with the border. It's a reflection of that sector, that somehow these are the guys doing transport now all over the place, but they're also the ones with zero compliance as it actually comes. And you can take that to any sector, you can take it to Juakali. But let me speak specifically in the construction industry. I always ask this question: who is building? Now, of course, I always ask who's building the city, but who's building the buildings that that you're occupying. Who's building for you? I know a lot of you are small-scale investors. Who is that person building for you? Who is that contractor? Is it when it was decided somehow that NCA does not charge rates and so on? Because when NCA was just picking up, I was on a site. I happened to be a chairman of a board of a number of schools. So I was on a site doing school construction, a government project involving CDF, and I was called. I was called by some people from NCA asking that are those contractors building for you registered? And is the foreman registered? And I think if you have that capacity and we are able to regulate at that level, there'll be a lot of order in this country. A lot of the challenges that we're dealing with will actually be gone. And yes, of course, this is also the most problematic area for the simple reason that people believe that compliance, having your paying for certificates and so on, is an expensive thing. You'd rather go and drink, buy a bottle of linkage, than pay that money to NCA for your annual life. Construction sector, actually across board. And this is something, Barasio, that I'm very passionate about. I did a presentation earlier on to there was a Vision 2030 Secretariat. And then my vision, and the last point, Sylvester, I used to teach for a living, so forgive me if I'm talking. I used to be paid for talking. These days I just talk. Yeah, but one of the idea that we had was that we would have this national retraining of these, hundreds of thousands of people working in the construction sector whose only qualification is that they've held a window or they've held a stone and put it on top of the other in terms of training, and they're doing complex projects. Because you meet this guy on a site, somebody recommends that he's a good mason, and of course you take their word, and he actually comes to work for you, and he does a good job, but this guy was not even trained for a single day. So we have a huge responsibility in that regard. Our thinking was that we have a national training program. I discussed that at very high levels, including with NYS. But why don't we have this situation where we open up a big national training program for those who are already inside the industry? Because those are people who are going to stay if we train them. And we open that window, we do that training for 5 to 10 years, and then we close the window and say, without a certificate showing that you can paint, you will not be allowed to paint anybody's building. Without a certificate showing that you're a mason, you will not be allowed to actually put one stone on top of the other in the building. Without a certificate showing that you've done electrical works and you've been certified at some level, you will not be able to actually do wiring in these particular buildings. And that was a very interesting idea, but of course it fell by the wayside. And the idea was that after that period is ended, that is it, we close, and if you're found on these sites, without that training, then of course it'll be a criminal offense. But now if we criminalize that, the entire construction industry will collapse. Yes, your building's collapsing because of those same characters. But then, even more importantly, if you say that, look here, you cannot get onto a construction site without some form of qualification, forget about the border. This will be the real national crisis. Because everybody, including the ones building for you people seated here, I know some of you, and I know you're building. The guy is building for you there. The only thing that you know is that your neighbor recommended the guy. He said, "Huyu jamaa, he's a good guy, he's an honest guy, your material will not get lost, and my house is okay." Yeah, so I actually think this is a major thing. Your statistic shows actually the broader concerns, that the lower you go, the lower the compliance. And what does that mean for us? It simply means that there's so many guys who are doing things that you cannot monitor, that you cannot regulate, whose standard you cannot actually vouch for, and so on. Yes, and I think it's excellent that NCA has picked this, and definitely, I mean, the ball is on your court, because we'll be asking, what do we do now to ensure that that sort of compliance is guaranteed and is good for the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to have maybe 2 questions from the audience, and at the same time, I would also like to know, possibly from any of the panelists, what are we going to do with, or what is the way forward for the counties? If you go to the counties, you find that the person approving the structural drawings, the person approving the architectural drawings, looking at the bills of quantities, and the person who is going to approve the member report. These people, either they have not been properly trained in the sense that you find the highest qualifications most of them have is a certificate. And you can imagine somebody who is approving structural drawings, whereas is supposed to compute the figures to come up with something that can, support a building, 2 floors, 3 floors, 10 floors. That's the person who is going to approve. This time he's not an architect, he's not a quantity surveyor, he's not an engineer, but those people down there at the counties. And when you go there, you find that they are the current is given a title as the one in charge of approvals, and is given a big title. Now, there are 47 counties, and I think when we talk about training, we are talking about NCA being here. What kind of manpower do we put down in the counties? And don't forget, when you go to the counties, there's a question of the expenditure. Do I get an architect paying more? Do I get an engineer paying more? Or I just need to get a technician? And then maybe I can have 3 of them with the price of what I can pay one architect, not even an engineer. And I think we need to look for a way forward. And this is now to the panel. Any one of you in the panel can answer that, and then we get 2 questions from the audience. Thank you.
I should be allowed to talk from the statistics point of view, but the other aspect I will leave it to the other panelists. Yes, one, if you have interacted with the economy survey report, you realize that we report on this indicator on building plans approved. And basically for a very long time we have just been running the series for Nairobi City County. And that can already give you an indication in terms of we are compiling numbers at the county level. It has a challenge. And when we are talking about approvals, we need data on the type of structures, maybe flats, maisonettes, bungalows, etc. And when this data is not broken down by the geographical places, then we also have a challenge, because I think the way forward is that nowadays we are talking about spatial planning. And you need a lot of this information from the countries if they can be able to give you the breakdown in terms of the approvals by their geographical areas. Then at the county level, allow me to mention that we are also seeing a lot of informality, as it has also been alluded to in the discussions in terms of the construction of the residential buildings by households. And of course, this poses a very big challenge in terms of statistics, because we cannot be able to get a true picture of the construction sector. So from the statistics point of view, that is the key challenge that we are seeing, and we definitely need to move forward with regard to the way the counties are putting together their numbers. And of course, I have not forgotten that in the counties, that is why you are finding a lot of this quarrying. These stones, they are being quarried from the counties, and they end up in the construction sector. So we need to be able to see how we can be able to capture some of these numbers at the county level. Maybe you can add, panelists.
Thanks, Sylvester, for that question. And again, just like the MSME question, this is a question that's very close to my heart. You saw for yourself the statistics that the NCA projected here of the professionals. To put those in perspective, I happen to be associated with an architectural practice called House of Demoron, HDM. HDM at their campus in Basel has 5,000 architects. That's one architectural practice. If you look at Sweco in Sweden, it has 25,000 architects. In other words, HDM actually has about 3 times all the architects in Kenya. My point is that we don't have professionals, even if we wanted everything to be done by professionals. We don't have the numbers. I'm just using that to dramatize it. But that's the truth of the matter, that if we insisted that every single building had to be done by an architect and an engineer and so on, it's an impossibility. It is actually an impossibility. It's not possible. And those statistics that you are shown here, those architects are here in Nairobi. In fact, there might be more architects in this room than many counties in Kenya. So the question then comes, how then do we cause order? And the story is that, by 1920s, 1930s, the British were able to cause order in construction in this country when the country only had 2 architects and no planner. The planner used to come from Cape Town. That is where you remember your famous rural shop, the one that goes like that and says Otieno and Sons, 1952. That is where that thing came from. It was a type plan that was used both to, as a basis for tax collection and also it ensured that everybody built to some standards. We need to look outside of this. And I'm not theorizing at all. I'm involved. I've just finished doing building code for Afghanistan, ASICO Build Africa. We are currently finishing building codes for Malawi. We're doing building codes for Uganda. It's a Kenya one that has been elusive, but I participated there as a Kenyan. But what we've done with those building codes is very interesting, and this is something I saw to the World Bank from first principles, that we need to have building codes and guidelines. Guidelines are not legally enforceable. Nobody will punish you for not meeting a guideline. But a guideline tells you what to do. So we're saying, okay, fine, I mean, you bring in your professionals who will do complex calculations to meet the requirements of the code. But in case you are from Karungu and there's no professional there, there are guidelines on how to do a 2-story house. It says the foundation on black cotton should be like this, the height of a building should be like this, the windows should be like this, the logic behind a ring beam or a lintel is this and that. Anyway, to cut the long story short, one of the things that are promoted, of course it has not been bought at all, because counties look at building regulations as a revenue stream, not as a safety issue. So they're not bothered about the quality of construction that's happening there. In fact, what they're concerned about is that you did not pay. You did not go to the county and pay. One of the things we've told the county, and hence my story there, is that you people need to consider having a standard building plans and standard building BQs and standard bills of quantities, and it will be a revenue stream for the county. So that if you can't find an architect, you can actually come and buy standard plans from the county. And the engineer there will ask you that, okay, fine, where are you coming from? And you say, okay, fine, we come from this side of Mpeketoni. And they'll say, that side, use plan A010. And will actually give you that, and you'll have your BQs, you'll have whatever, and here's the link. I've been pushing this at personal level, so these are purely personal opinion, and the link with NCA. Because there also, there should be a list of registered contractors and foremen. So you're saying, after you've gotten your plan 08, go check there from the list. If you want your relatives, check if they're there, their phone numbers are there, wapigie simu. If this thing is built by some Kinyangarika that's not on our list, we shall pull it down. So we need to start looking at out-of-the-box way of helping our people live in decent homes. People cannot afford architects, and engineers. It's a fact. To dramatize it, which is my last point, I was still telling people, if I want to listen to Beyonce, and that applies to the younger people here, if I want to listen to Beyonce, Do I save all my money and sell my house and send a ticket for Beyonce to come and sing in my backyard? In fact, there'll be no backyard because I've sold the house. To sing for me on my birthday party. Or do I go to Nakumat? Yeah, this story was made when Nakumat was still there. Or do I go to Nakumat and buy a Beyonce CD and put it in my car and dance? And if my daughter asks me, I say, I was being entertained by Beyonce. That is what I can afford. So Beyonce becomes affordable to me. Omenya can become affordable to every single person in this country if Omenya is sitting down, developing type plans, flying across the country, working with county government, saying for this area, we can have this type of plans. And then you'll be saying, I'm living in a house designed by Omenya, and you've never even met Omenya. You know, that is how we have to do it in the construction industry.
Maybe a bigger hand clap. Yeah, now I can catch Beyonce. Now, in the way of adding, really, because those are issues, I would like to say two things. One is intelligence, but intelligence like knowing who is not doing what really would fall in place with NCA mandate and philosophy, really, safety, more than anything else. Not just catching money, at the level of the county. Because the professor's question is, what do we do with the county? Let's know what is happening at the county. And there is no way of knowing except doing what this, I saw something yesterday about a lady who had to get some antibiotics for them to know really what is happening at an hospital, because it was suspected that some fellow is doing some funny things at the hospital. So she had to go to the hospital, not sick. This is what media fellows do. Powerful. Intelligence. Beyond just what the NCA does out, go to a site, we are NCA, plain clothes NCA might be one way. But then now, in view of the limited capacity that we don't have architects or QSAs or engineers for everybody, I would propose we have a charity organization of some sort, some centralized body which is paid from the United Nations or whatever, high price really, because they cannot afford. It's a question of economics. You don't pay, you can't pay, so you won't pay. And therefore, I won't use the service. Yet we realize the gravity of the matter. It is safe. You don't use, you die, or you kill somebody else. So in that respect, we look for a centralized body which can be operating at national level, several county, regional level, several counties put together. Somebody else pays, and the county people as individuals or entities use. Then there is the issue of social re-engineering. Social re-engineering. As a man thinketh, so is he, I would quote. But I mean, the reason why it's not being practiced, regulations, compliance is a problem. The fellow is thinking they don't need it. You are forcing them to do it. So a bit of continual talking to the people, whatever methods, so that they change the thinking, so that they see NCA compliance or whatever compliance to any regulation, not a question of coercion or a question of making money, small monies for as a taxation, but a question of safety and security and a joy, I mean happiness and creation for them. The other one is training. Because the people who are supposed to make things happen on the site, I mean in the offices, at the counties, they don't know really what they are doing. Okay, with all due respect, really, all due respect paid, they may not know, they don't know that they don't know. So in that respect, it would be beyond training the contractor. Actually, you train the client, is it the client or the consultant or whatever, the approver or the implementer or the regulator, in some way, something can be thought of along those lines, so that the training is not just for the contractors, but also for those who are looking at the contractors. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, the panelists. Now I come to the audience. I think we need two questions, one at the back. and I can also be gender sensitive, and this lady. So we start with the person at the back. Can you give him the mic?
Thank you very much.
Can you tell us who you are, what you do, so that we also try to understand the question from the background, so that the panel here is able to answer the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Gesora. I work with the National Construction Authority. I wish to get comments from the panelists regarding the issue of ethics and integrity in the construction industry. If you visit some areas in Eastlands today, they're fully constructed, but they don't have any designs, or even if they had designs, they were never approved. Constructions are complete in Eastlands where they don't have title deeds. If you go to the areas of Chokar and those other areas in Eastlands that I've mentioned, this is happening. And the constructions are complete and people are living inside without having followed due process. What is supposed to happen in this instance? Because people are already living there without title deeds, buildings are complete, some of them could be of very bad standard, prime candidates for building collapses, but nevertheless they are there. Then you go and find that even with all the education we have professionals who are rogue within the industry, rogue professionals. It is not possible, much as we're looking for work and business as business persons, it's not possible, for example, for an architect to oversee 100 construction projects at a time. Because if you go to that, find the name of Gesora architect, construction number 20, number 40, number 50, number 60, Gesora architect. But when you go to the actual site and find out whether Gesora architects did really look at this project, he is not to be found on site. So issues of ethics and integrity in the construction industry, in my opinion, have been found wanting. I don't know what the panelists would recommend as far as that particular issue is concerned. Thank you.
Can we get the second question so that we answer the two together?
Thank you. My name is Doris Mathia. I'm a construction project manager. I have two questions. My first question is, you talked about cost being a major factor in projects, and I want to ask a question on overpricing, especially in when you talk about government projects. Let's take an example of the Nairobi Expressway. We know that the cost of that road is 87.9 million. If you average the cost of that road per kilometer, which is 23 kilometers, we find that we are charging 3 million, almost 4 billion, per kilometer. Do we justify the cost of these projects before actually approving these projects? My second observation is, when we're talking about professionals in constructions, I've seen us mentioning architects, I've seen us mentioning QSAs, I've seen us mentioning engineers, but do we also, are we aware of also project managers who also play a key role in managing projects from the start and to completion? Thank you.
The first question, can I ask Professor Manya to say something about it? Let's be brief. Time is against us. Please, quickly. Then the second question, let's ask Professor Kiwa also to say something about it, so that we can be able to give time to the other team which is coming. Thank you.
Yes,
question on ethics. There are two bits to it. One of it is the criminal aspects of the issue you're raising. And as we highlighted, this country is built by quacks. Those people's activities is just criminal. But the problem is that we're allowing it because we're saying, look here, we don't have professionals as such. Yes, so we have huge chunks of Nairobi, huge chunks of the country that are built by people who cannot take account for anything. I hope we don't have some police officers here, but I've got a relative who was bringing in some mitishamba from Uganda and selling here, no training in anything whatsoever. But then the guy decided that he could make more money by declaring himself a professor. They hardly call themselves doctors because they can be caught by whatever. So the professor is operating around town, treating people for all sorts of diseases, and he has never spent a single day in training. KPMDU cannot arrest him because KPMDU only deals with their members. Borax only deals with their members. AAK only deals with their members. So we have that one bit that is a gap in our construction industry that we need to get the quacks dealt with because their activities are criminal and their activities are illegal, despite the fact that they're the dominant players in the industry. We have to deal with that. On the second question, yes, of course, we also have professionals that we need to deal with in the construction industry. But as a wind-up, I just want to highlight this as a challenge to our professional colleagues. I practice, and sometimes it's very painful, you know, the practice that we are in to do things right. What do I mean? If you check the way we are paid normally, you only normally have about 25% of your fee by the time you're going to the field. And that's the longest period. It can last as long as 1 year or 2 years for some projects. And by that time you've finished your fees. My experience with my professional colleagues is that they disappear. You look for the engineer, you look for all these guys, and even architects disappear. I mean for some of us it's painful because you're not earning any money. You've earned all your money, and the client now, you're one of construction towards the end. And yes, so when it comes to supervision, that is a challenge we have across the industry. The structural aspects of it linked with the way professional fees are paid. In fact, I've had to change myself for all the projects we're involved in. I've had to change how fees is paid for that particular period. Fees, we actually pay fees per site visit because that enables me to kick out with the professionals who are not there, and I still have money to pay the other professionals. It has enabled me to bring in professionals when I'm here. I'm being told, can you check whether the reinforcement has been done correctly? And yes, we did very, very complex calculations, but we are not very good at telling steelwork. I need a structural engineer. So that I think, supervision, I think, is a weakness across board. Is a weakness from the counties and the oversight bodies, but even more importantly is a weakness from the professionals. I can tell you, forget about the ones who disappeared and whose names were used. There are many professionals here who have designed projects legitimately, who are the architects for the project, so the engineers involved in the project, and they've never been to the site. Maybe they were there when the site was being handed over, and they've never been to the site, and yet we know there are critical stages where these professionals are required. Yeah, so these are things that we need to deal with. But for the professionals, I think the collaboration with the professional bodies is key. Yeah, because those are the bodies that that actually police us. Our neighbors, Tanzania, have an excellent system of surveillance, where the equivalents of professional bodies, members actually check whose building is being built, and they report back. They say Omenya is building next to Boma, or so and so is building next to, and the body goes beyond that, to come and see whether things are being done properly on site and so on. But of course, those powers don't exist with our professional associations. They exist with the regulator, and of course, sometimes, understandably, the regulator doesn't have the resources to do it. Thank you, Sylvester.
Okay, now I come to the second question on about costing and management. I will be brief to say except where costs have been blotted out or increased beyond the original, the determined, or rather the contractuals, where they have been increased to cover for some non-concrete expenses, as it were, to pay for people or something. Actually, you find most of the costs that go beyond what was there originally set are justifiable by the value addition they bring along the way. And therefore, what happens is that some of these issues that justify cost addition come way into the project. And then the project team has to defend their position as to why do we need the additionals, and they are up to the task. And they say the additions are justified by 1, 2, 3, 4. But troubles come where really costs are added to cover for some fellow who needs a kickback here and there. Let's be honest. And therefore, what is required here in the industry at industry level is to complete project planning well. There are preliminary planning of projects, whether infrastructure or building, well enough to articulate and simulate all the possibilities of additional requirements or project valuations or values that can be had, and then incorporate the costs. Otherwise, it is unrealistic for clients or project players to cry for additional costs, which bring additional value. Interesting. So most of the issues about variations may not actually be variations or extras. They are the realities of what this thing would have actually been if all the factors were considered ceteris paribus. That we say, yeah, you know, you consider and say you don't hold this and the other factor constant. Ceteris paribus is all factors held constant, but they are not constant, they moved. Yeah, things moved, so things happened. So here is costing, which is thorough, planning, which is thorough. But the situation on the ground is many projects are done planning haphazard or incomplete. And therefore, when things happen, when we have started, we start crying now, addition. It doesn't help. Let's plan projects thoroughly, and you won't see this one again. Planning thoroughly, designing completely, and then there will never be anything of project cost overruns. Then something else that we have been advocating a lot in our training for postgraduates, where we talk about the value analysis, where we look at any proposed project in terms of possible alternatives, but also in terms of something we call as value divided by risk, value risk factor. There's a way of doing it, and that has been realized elsewhere. Yeah, only one more point, that yes, there is a way of doing it without having to blot out costs. Number 2, CPM, construction project management, needs to be realized or recognized and acknowledged and incorporated in enhancing managerial efficiency of construction industry. That one is not disputable. It's a question of time. You know, it's a change. Construction project management is an innovation. It is a change. It is slowly permeating into the industry. Eventually it should come. The legal recognitions are being put in place, and time, sooner than later, it shall be here with us permanently. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Members, the panelists, thank you very much. But I would want to say this, as far as cost is concerned. When you talk about a project, you are planning for it maybe some years back, and it comes to happen today. When planning, we really invite the politicians. When it comes to execution, the politicians take the center stage, and that is where chaos comes in. So you have to guard against that, because when the politician becomes the expert, then you are done for that particular project with respect to cost performance. Thank you very much, members, for listening to us. We might have been boring, but I think you picked something to go home with. Thank you.
With your permission, Prof, does you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you very much, the panelists, headed by Professor Sylvester, for a very wonderful contribution. I'm sure the audience has benefited. I'm speaking on my own behalf as well. I've also benefited a lot. And I think these kind of forums are very, very important. But I also wanted just to add on to the question that was asked. I know you've answered it very ably, because the question was also specific to a project. And we need to also give specific answers to that project, the expressway. Why the cost is like that. And I want to inform the questioner, the person who questioned this one, that the main project is titled the expressway, which means it's a road. But I want them to appreciate that project has got so many components in it that it's like we're doing multiple projects in one. First of all, it's a 27-kilometer road, 15 kilometers of which is a bridge. So already you are not on the ground. And for every bridge or a pier or a pillar or a column supporting that bridge, the foundation is several meters below on piles, something you don't see with the naked eye. On a normal road, you'll just dig, backfill, put the tarmac on top. So this one, you have a concrete, 15 kilometers, on several piers. That is quite substantial when you look at it. Again, a normal road that you may be talking about is 2 lanes. Yeah, call it a 2-way. These are a dual carriageway, 15 kilometers on a bridge. Those already, how many lanes? You can do the math for yourself. Now, aside from the road itself, they are what we call doing a project on an existing environment. Number one, there are a lot of services to be relocated. As I told you, there's another project. You have to do a water service line. So the opportunity to upgrade your water, because if it was already running on a certain alignment, it has to be moved to create space for the road. That movement requires what we call acquisition. So the land has to be paid for. The service has to be done. Apart from water, there is the telecommunication services, the fiber, and everything underground that we don't see. We also have things like electricity or power lines, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm sure before we were thinking that we'll just be seeing an ugly concrete surface. Now there's a very good cladding landscaping also being added to it to add beauty and aesthetics to it. Surely, it could have even costed more, but that's a story for another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie. Edie is also now becoming a QS. Thank you very much. He's an engineer, civil, so you appreciate. He understands the depth of the expressway. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to support me in appreciating this very honorable panel led by Professor Masu. Let's give them a clap, a beautiful clap. Thank you. Thank you very much. That also includes our manager for research and business development, who made a presentation for which critics, value addition, we have done. Now, before I invite the next panel, which will be here for a very short time, because you also have lunch that we must take as part of our program. But before that, there's also another study. And this study relates to technology or skill transfer within the construction industry. which also was one of our outputs in the last financial year. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate what is happening here. When the late Wangari Maathai was still alive, she said she was doing her small part. And she used to give analogies of that little bird, the hummingbird, that would go tap water and come quench a burning bush in a very small way. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation that we're having here regarding transforming the construction industry through information and research. Professor Omenya, I appreciate that he's doing a lot of research globally, but he says this is a first. Not a first for NCA, but a first for all of us who are seated here today. In our own small way, we are starting this conversation. Professor Omenya and the colleague professors who are in academia, and again also a lot of linkages with the industry, you'll attest that in Australia, for example in Canberra, there are a lot of these small group think tanks that are supporting the government in terms of what are people saying on the ground. When our directors are speaking, when Director Mercy is speaking, when my CEO is speaking, he should speak based on what the industry is saying. But which other platform, ladies and gentlemen, accords us an opportunity to know what the ground is saying? So this is a very good opportunity to know what the academia thinks, what the industry thinks, and synthesizing solutions based on these kind of conversations. And one day, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps we shall transform Kenya to be a country where policies are based on evidence. It is a small start. We are making small steps. It's baby steps. But I believe one day it will go into history, annals of history, that we were part of formulating this kind of a movement that transformed our country to a data-driven country. Let's give them another round of clap as they sit down. Yeah, you can assume your seats. Now, I would like to invite another panel, and this panel will take a very short time. I would like to request Professor Omenya to just remain in the seat. This is your area, skill transfer. Yes, so kindly just remain. And then I want to invite on board Professor Jason. Yes, Mochache. Prof. As you were earlier notified by the previous moderator, Professor Karibu Sana, yes, they are both heading sister departments or directorates at the Technical University. Professor Jason will be the moderator for the next session. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep it very short. We'll do about 45 minutes, and then we can break for lunch. We were supposed to be joined by Dr. Kosimbei. I don't know whether he's coming. I know he was still on his way. He's the Director of Skill Transfer at Manuchandaria Institute. But also, as he joins us, Professor Walter Oyawa, the CEO of Nacosti, has sent one of the friends of NCA, and we have Margaret, who will be joining us. Karibu sana, Margaret. Professor Oyawa, the CEO of Nacosti, and formerly from JKUAT, is a very great supporter of NCA research agenda. And today we have Margaret Muthe, who will sit in on behalf of Professor Walter Oyawa. Yes, karibu sana. So now, lastly, is the senior investigator in this research, Dr. Oyaro. I don't know where he's seated. Daktari uko pande gani? Asante sana. Dr. Oyaro has been the senior investigator in this research. He's worked with our teams to produce the output we are just about to present. Karibu sana, Daktari. And now, we also have our assistant manager, acting assistant manager for research and business development, Engineer Proson Kimngeno. He's been the champion of this research. He'll be the one to make the presentation. We organize our researches in terms of groups. So each research group has a champion. So he is the champion for this specific research. So before he makes the presentation, I would like to request Professor Mochache to facilitate introductions so that immediately after the introduction, Proson will make a presentation and then we'll go into the discussions. Karibu sana, Professor.
Thank you very much, our chair of the session. I want to start by introducing myself. My name is Jason Mochache. I'm an architect and a planner and a teacher at the Technical University of Kenya. Previously, I taught in the University of Nairobi, just like Professor Masu, long enough to retire from there. And before joining the Technical University, I served for about 15 years in development management at the African Development Bank. Now, next to me is Dr. Edwin Oyaro from the Department of Architecture at the University of Nairobi. But I think because he also must blow his trumpet like my professor here. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Do I stand up, Mr. Matt, or I can remain seated? Yes, I think I'm high enough. Now, as Professor Mochache has said, my name is Edwin Oyaro Ondieki, and I teach in the Department of Architecture in the new faculty of the Built Environment. Yeah, you know, the University of Nairobi has transformed quite a bit lately. So I took part in this research, and so I know maybe a few things that you may not know, but I think we all know about technology transfer to some level. We know something, all of us know something. So I'm here in this panel, and I think I'm happy. I don't think I need to say much. I'm also an architect. I'm a specialist in housing, so I try to call myself, and I think I wish to stop there. Thank you. Prof, do you want to introduce yourself again?
Maybe I don't introduce myself. I'm the same person who was there in the previous panel.
Next to Professor Menya is Margaret Mouvet from the University. Margaret, please introduce yourself. And since you are representing your CEO, maybe you would say why you are the one.
Thank you very much, Prof. I want to appreciate my DG for sending me to this meeting. At least I'm the only female in a male-dominated industry and panel. So that is, I guess that is why he nominated me. He knew the panel would be all male, so he needed to temper it a bit. So I'm Margaret Mouvet. I work for the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. I am a social scientist and the deputy director in the social science schedule at the commission. So yes, I will share quite a bit of what is happening in the research regulation and licensing, because NACOSTI is the regulator for the science, technology and innovation sector. I know it is not so much appreciated because we have not managed to socialize science, as it were, but I think slowly by slowly, and especially the way NCA is leading, we are seeing more and more being done. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that we are ready now for the presentation, and then we can have the discussion from the discussants. since setting up, how many of you can remember how we used slides? Did you do slides? Did you use a projector? So we are actually having, each one of us is challenging his or her mind about technology transfer that has come to us now. I make a lot of my lectures from home or from my office, and the students are everywhere in the country, and we are able to reach one another. So as we think about the construction industry, let us think about technology transfer in other sectors also, because that way we can appreciate the challenges of a contractor in our part of the world compared to those who can build in Dubai when they are in Zurich or they are in New York with ease. They are able to monitor. They are even able to do 3D printing as part of the construction industry now. So we are in a changing technological world, and therefore this is a very relevant study to us, a discussion and research to us. Maybe we should start the panel discussion first.
Sorry for that. On behalf of the Directorate of Research, Business Development and Capacity Building, I would like to present this research. I'll start by, the research title is on performance of technology transfer in the Kenya's construction industry. And the contents of this presentation include introduction, literature review, research methodology, resource and findings, conclusion and recommendation. In terms of introduction, it's an overview of the construction industry in terms of the growth. That of major importance is the second point, that Kenya, like many other less developed economies, lag behind in terms of technology transfer, technology development, and this is evident in the case of foreign contractors are dominating our industry, 80% in terms of value, while the local take 20%. In that regard, NCA, through a regulation of 2014, was given that mandate, and I've highlighted the last part, that foreign contractor shall transfer technical skill not available locally to a local person or a firm in such a manner as the authority may determine from time to time. And that's why we've done this research now, to determine that manner. If you look at the registration process of a foreign contractor, they are supposed to fulfill the requirement of other NCA1 contractors And in addition, they're required to already have an award letter of contract of value more than $1 billion. Also, violated, they're required to subcontract 30% of the value of the contract work. And also they are required to transfer technical skill not available locally to local person or a firm. That's the basis of this research. I want to know how can we enhance that and where are we? So in terms of problem statement, we're saying despite these regulations, we have at NCA and other regulatory frameworks and institutional framework, we are still behind in terms of the participation of local contractors in major projects in Kenya. Yes, we are at 20%, and we anticipate to improve to maybe at least 50% or 100%, or to a level we can export our contractual services to foreign countries. The objective of the research study include, number one, to describe the level of technology transfer and its determinant in the construction industry in Kenya. Objective number two is to establish relationship between the level of technology transfer and the factors that influence it. Objective number three is to formulate a model framework for enhancing technology transfer in the construction industry of Kenya. We went through a number of literature material, and you can see the theoretical framework, whereby in undertaking this research, we relied on three theories. The theory of identical elements, situated learning theory, absorptive capability theory. These theories guided our way of doing our research, choosing our methodology, processing our data, interpreting our results, making our conclusion, and recommendation. So as you can see, for a foreign contractor to transfer a skill or a technology to a local contractor, there's a technology process. And those processes, what I've shown here, we have technology transfer environment, we have learning environment, and we have the characteristic of the transferer. That's the in terms of conceptual framework, we are looking of what we call a group of variables or the group factors are four. We have the learning environment, transfer environment, characteristic of transferer, and characteristic of transferee as the main variable. But under it, we have surrogates that better explain what those group variables are. And the outcome variable in this case is technology transfer. In terms of methodology, we use cross-sectional design. We did collect our data at a particular point in time, that is in last year, 2021. And we visited, the projects run by foreign contractors in 2020 were chosen as units of analysis. But we were interviewing the subcontractor, who is a local contractor, as a unit of observation. We wanted to observe what's happening in the construction industry through the eye of a local subcontractor. In terms of the results, we had 70 respondents, or 70 sites being managed by foreign contractors, but we were able to achieve 46. That was a 66% response rate. In terms of the demographic, we could tell that 86% of those foreign contractors come from Asia. That is China, Japan, and Malaysia, while 16.7% come from Europe, UK, France, Poland. The other 4.3% come from South Africa, and the likes. So in terms of descriptive statistics, I cannot explain more on this, but we are looking at central tendency and dispersion of our responses. Because we are using regression analysis to establish that relationship, we had to fulfill the assumption, the 6th assumption, as required for regression. And one of them is correlation analysis. So we realized some variables were correlated, and we eliminated in the model. So in terms of, I can go to the results directly. In terms of the results, this was the our model. So through regression, we established that two group factors, as transfer environment and transferee characteristic, was significant at the level of 95%, 0.5% margin of error. And we established that from the subcontractor's perspective, that the level of technology transfer is 48.4%. That's from perspective of a local contractor. So in conclusion, I've said from subcontractor's perspective, the level of technology transfer is 48.44%. Transfer environment and transferee characteristic play significant roles in determining technology transfer in the Kenya's construction industry. Under transfer environment, we have things like regulation, we have things like incentive, we have things like government support, and the rest. Under transferee characteristics, there's something like knowledge base of the subcontractor, willingness to learn from the subcontractors, and failing resources for their staff to learn from the foreign contractors. So therefore, a successful technology transfer in the construction industry in Kenya hinges on state of the transfer environment and transfer characteristic. Improvement of this result in knowledge advancement and enhanced performance. So in the short run, we would see better quality products, better time management on site, and also in terms of cost efficiency. But in the long term, we would see enhanced project performance in Kenya. There's knowledge management in the industry, even economic performance going up. Consequently, to ensure technology transfer success, the actors must effectively institutionalize arrangement, facilitate relationship building, and monitor technology transfer performance. We also did best practice, we checked best practices like Malaysia. In 1970, they were net importer of foreign contractors. They were kept 80%, around 80% of foreign contractors were undertaking work in Malaysia, but now they're exporting. They're exporting their foreign contractors. So we borrowed a lot from Malaysia, China, and Singapore, and Sri Lanka. And we recommended, in terms of legal, the current concession laws and regulation regulating technology transfer should be reviewed and enhanced to support technology transfer. In this regard, the NCA Act and regulation should be enhanced in such a way to include an element on monitoring and evaluation, and also enforcement to avoid non-compliance, and also to create an incentive for foreign contractors to support our local guys. Also, in terms of project contractual agreement, should include an item in the bill of quantities dedicated for that function of technology transfer. In terms of institutional, we recommended that we need to establish a technology transfer office, and also this is recommended by Kenya, who is in charge of innovation. That should, the function of this unit is to coordinate matters of transfer of technology and report on the performance, monitor, and advise the industry. Sorry. Another thing is promotion of collaboration and partnership. The industry, academia linkages. To make sense of this technology coming to a country from abroad. Public-public partnership, private partnership, and authority has been doing well in this regard. In terms of relationship and capacity building, we recommended that we need to provide incentive to parties involved in technology transfer. So it requires some funds. It requires some effort. Also, another thing is holding debriefing seminars and workshop with foreign contractors before they participate in any local project. This is to prepare these foreign contractors that they are supposed to share their technology with our guys. Another important thing is develop an intra-skill transfer mechanism and incentive among local contractors. We realized in our research that there are some big local contractors who already acquired substantial amount of skills and technology, but there's no incentive for them to share with their counterparts, local contractors. So we should put some effort on that. Another one is adoption and fostering a collaboration model in a suitable facilitated technology transfer from academia. We realize there is some technology coming from academia also. So we are proposing a framework whereby NCA, in collaboration with other agencies, will be playing a key role in facilitating this transfer. We have here what's the mode of transfer. We, from our research, it was showing 80%, in fact 86%, they were using subcontracting, a few joint ventures. So we need to improve the modes. Joint ventures should be encouraged also, subcontracting should be encouraged. This framework should have a feedback, it's having a feedback mechanism to allow us improve the process. I think I can stop there, and we'll share full report soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have had a very fast presentation, which is covering a very wide area. Technology transfer has been an area which has been addressed by very many researchers in the world, and it has never been successful anywhere. I remember the late Professor Calestas Juma, who I think was one of the greatest promoter of technology transfer, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. He once made this statement that in Africa, we have a challenge. We seem to be having a motorbike, but if we see a lion chasing us, we would carry the motorbike and run away, instead of using the motorbike to run away so that you can run away faster. And he had this illustration which he used for presentations all over. And every time I looked at it, I saw the reality. The professor is late now, so you can look at his work. He has written, published a lot on technology transfer. So you can see how we are carrying the motorbike instead of riding on the motorbike to run away from challenges. Now, we want to address the research that has been presented to us, and this research has kind of touched on the performance of. We will not go to all sectors. We are looking at the performance of technology transfer in the construction industry in Kenya. That includes those who are working in the consultancies, those who are working in the management of construction, those who are actually doing the construction themselves, and also on the clients themselves who are undertaking the constructions. I want to raise some questions which have been put here for us. Then I would expect that you would raise some questions. And since our session manager didn't give us a time session, I assume that we'll finish when it is lunchtime. Now, I want to start from Dr. Oyaro, who was also one of the investigators in this research, to give us an overview on how technology transfer is considered a key component of development of the capacity of local contractors in Kenya. And he is going to address the issue of how exposure to quality equipment and skills and the technologies themselves are a factor in that technology transfer, and how it will be possible to transfer these skills in our working environment, not only in the construction, but also if you can touch in our offices. Because as you are aware, some architects in this country, including those who are in this house, go to Singapore or to Dubai and pick drawings of a 15-story building and transfer that technology to their desk and use ArchiCAD to transfer it into what they have done, and they put it up in Upper Hill, and they call it technology transfer. We're challenging that from an academic point of view. Dr. Yaro, please.
Thank you so much, Professor. For that. I took part in this research substantially, and so I will try and highlight a few issues. I know you've seen most of them, it's been projected, so you already know, what are the suggested solutions? Because at the end of the day, we're actually doing what we might just call applied research, because really that's what NCA, we're not doing simple research. That's not our business now. That is for other people. This is really applied research, because we want solutions. We are all aware in this country, when we look around, especially in the last 15 years, that actually our contractors' capacity, local contractors' capacity has been going down. Why has it been going down? It's because the construction industry has been taken over. We used to have Indian contractors in this country who were extremely good when some of us were a bit young. Now, those contractors from India and maybe Pakistan, they stopped practicing construction. They are now growing fruits and vegetables for export, which means they've left the construction to, I think I just mentioned it, they've left it to the Chinese. So what's happening now is that the Chinese contractors have taken over this country. And they're building, surprisingly, they're also building my local roads in my village. When you go down there, you find those red trucks and, and all that. We ask ourselves, where are we? Of course, this is a complex problem. And one centered on who is financing. If you can't raise your own funds and somebody's raising funds, he's going to give you conditions. And these conditions are, you've got to stick to them. If I come with money and I come with my contractor, I'm going to dictate to you what it is that I'm going to do to you. You don't have resources. And this is actually one of our greatest problems, that we are not able as a country to raise our own funds locally to do some of the infrastructure we are seeing around. I mean, I'm amazed at the rate at which the expressway has been done. This is crazy. And I think the kind of technology that you've seen there, I think you haven't seen it in this country before. It's just, it's fast, it looks nice, it's actually beautiful. Those roads are really done. The level of accuracy is very high. Now, are our people doing it? It's not being done by our people. When finally, if the Chinese was to go away, who will then do it? It should be our people. How do we get then our people to learn to do it that way? One, they will need skills, and secondly, they will need the machinery, the equipment. They also need the software. Now, do we have that capacity to produce those people? There is the Technical University of Kenya, the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta, name them, including multimedia that is now training civil engineers. I mean, you saw it, and the engineers in the room know the current debate that is going on. We're training engineers. But at the end of the day, you ask ourselves, to what level are we training these engineers? Are we training them to take over? Indeed we are. But you see, after you finish your education, you are supposed to go through a process of retraining to some level so that you learn. That's why we take a number of years before we register as engineers and etc. Are we getting the right training? I think the answer is that a lot of times we are not getting the right training because we are not getting in there. We need to work with these supercontractors that we are importing from abroad. Do they employ our people? If they employ our people, which people are they employing? Are they employing people who can learn, or are they employing people who are serving them coffee, who are serving them tea, who are cleaning the road for them so that they can construct? Who do we transfer technology to? We must transfer technology through people who have capacity to take in those competencies. Now, where did the rain start beating us? The first point where the rain starts to beat us is our registration. Do we know it? Our laws, how do we enforce technology transfer? We actually don't have good mechanisms. What we have are just statements, 30%. 30% of a contract can be supply of building materials. That's 30%. But that's not important to us. That 30% should not be supplying cement and whatever it is. In any case, even the cement we don't supply. It should be, that aspect of technology transfer, that software, that retraining of possibly our young people to acquire those skills so that when the Japanese or the Chinese is gone, this guy can be able to do it. And therein lies the challenge. Are we doing it? I don't think we are. There is a disjoint and a disconnect within our systems in government. Migration people allow workers to come to this country. Do we have people who can advise people in migration to allow the right people to come in and to stop those others so that our people can take those jobs? I don't think they know that. The engineers are not working in migration. The architects don't work in migration. Migration is people working in migration are migration officers. This is the challenge. Now, when you say 30% we should be able to transfer or incorporate 30% of the workforce being Kenyan, who actually checks out who those people are? We don't have anybody doing that. NCA is not doing that because that's not within their capacity. Who is actually doing that? And I think we need to relook at our laws and look at our personnel, the people we entrust to ensure that this gets done. And so we need to start retraining our people. I've been thinking, we train as an engineer. After you trained as an engineer, you die just being an engineer. I think we need now to digress from training. After we train as an engineer, of course, when you know we can do the things, then we should train you in other areas of the social sciences, so that you can work with migration, so that you can work with foreign affairs, so that you can work in those areas where people make these decisions. And I think we can take this debate to another level, but I think we need to really change the environment within ourselves as a government so that we create conditions where we ensure that technology is transferred. Moderator, Prof, I think let me stop there because if I start discussing, I'm a teacher. So I usually talk for 3 hours or 2.5. So let me stop here and allow Prof. I know I haven't answered all your questions, but let me allow you to ask the other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Allow me to practice these protocols again. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm sure he has touched on a number of areas. He only ended up on a note where he could have been hung by the professional bodies that he wants to move from an architect to become a vendor or a contractor, then we would have a challenge. Now, I want us to look at these questions and then we'll read questions from the public. Professor Menya, if you can address this issue, but large infrastructure projects in the country are usually, and I'm stressing some words here, are usually given or awarded to foreign contractors because of lack of capacity among local contractors. And I'm stressing a number of words there. Award is given to foreign contractors because of lack of capacity and experience of local contractors. So, how do local contractors grow from here if they are not going to get the big projects? I saw in the international institutions, some of them which are funding these projects, they have put a caveat in their procurement rules that you shall not specify the names of contractors who are going to be shortlisted in advance as we do, but you shall have international competitive bidding. Can a local contractor win an ICB bid for a road construction in this country? Can that local international contractor win a tender for building a bridge in a county, a bridge which is worth 30 million shillings? How come these are going to international contractors? And then we already saw that the challenge is that there is no environment for transferring technology to these local contractors because there is inertia. Inertia is where you can't move something. Inertia with the main contractor who doesn't want the local contractor because he or she believes that he doesn't have the capacity and he doesn't have the managerial skills to do the work. You have a lot of questions to deal with, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think I was retained here for very specific reasons. Professor and I also have some other experiences. Like you mentioned, you were exactly working for the African Development Bank in Tunis. During a small part of that session, I was working for African Union, and specifically on issues of climate change. And one of the biggest issues that we had there was the exact same thing we're discussing here, technology transfer. And not to get into stories, the simple thing was that the West did not want and does not want to transfer technology to developing countries. It's a fact, it's something that has been debated and so on, so I think it's naive to imagine that Chinese companies, Spanish companies, or whatever it is, would actually be interested in transferring technology to our people because it puts them out of business. I'm making a political statement here, and it is backed up. The biggest challenge, and of course there we discussed issues about intellectual property and a whole lot of things. And we're talking about technologies that were to be used for solving problems that were caused by the West. Climate change was actually caused by the West, and we're begging them for technologies they had. We didn't cause the problem. I used to remind them that the Maasai child is not responsible for climate change. It is actually the American boy who's eating 20 times what the Maasai child is eating. So part of that food money should actually be used, so that the Maasai child has a little bit of knowledge to deal with the vagaries of the problems that are caused by the West. My point is that these guys are not our friends, and they will not solve our problems, and they're not interested in transferring the technology. Of course, we also saw that with the black economic empowerment in South Africa, where again, there was citizens of the same country, but now black and white, saying, fine, can we give black people skills to be able to, to do the same things that the whites were doing as they take over the economy? And we know what happened. We created billionaires in South Africa, and there was zero skills transfer. In fact, I remember one Jomo Sono at some point telling us that on TV, national TV, that he had no idea the number of companies in which he was a director and a shareholder. Because what happened was that the whites just came, they picked the influential Africans, gave them shares in companies, and they continued running business as usual. So,
but Prof,
yes.
The MD here
coming quickly when
he wants to see how to transfer that technology.
I was just building a case to my point, and I think the research actually shows it, and Dataria highlighted that really, I mean, just having a percentage, just having contracts and subcontracts, that is no evidence of technology transfer. I think we need to get deeper to asking what exact technology is being transferred, and is being transferred to what people. Again, I'll give an example, a concrete example. The Rakan wanted to do a university. Unfortunately, the government of Tanzania stopped that, and I was involved in that project. They wanted to do a university on 8,000 acres near Arusha. And one of the issues we're dealing with was this same question of technology transfer. And what we did was to look at the entire industry. And in terms of the entire industry, we're looking at the skill sets, we're looking at the systems that are used in the industry and the processes. We're going to actual materials that are used and how they're processed. We're looking at the human resource and where they're trained, and so on. And we did a survey, an East African-wide survey. And then the question, because this was a very big project, and of course the developer, which was the Aga Khan Development Trust, was keen to ensure that there's impact here locally. And we're able to then break down this to say, okay, fine, when you're looking at, say, fellows using environmental design technologies, this will only happen through retraining of these guys in specific universities in Europe. When it came to issues of practice and so on, we're saying, fine, a number of these people can be involved in the project. When it came to the processes, it was a matter of saying, fine, this we shall procure locally, but for these other additional things like CLTs and so on, factories will have to be based in Tanzania using Tanzanian certified forest, and with Tanzanians working there to be able to actually pick those skills. So my point here is that if we don't know what specific technologies we're transferring, then in fact we'll assume that if we give the local contractors a percentage, what we call local content, then there will have been technology transfer, which is far from it. In fact, what would happen is that even in a subcontracting situation, you'll actually end up doing things that you even have more capacity. You'll be sweeping the roads and pushing wheelbarrows and so on, skills that you developed from Stone Age. Well, on the other hand, you actually want to understand, these new technologies that the main contractor is using, and that is not part of your sub. So the main contractor actually continues with that. So I agree with the NCA that we need very specific. We need to be more specific on these technologies transfers. And then the last point I want to make, which is the reverse, and it's sad because, and again, Dr. Yaro highlighted that. As a young architect in planning systems, almost 30 years ago, or 20-something years ago, not 30, I think I'll be giving myself more bonus points there. But then I was working on 2 projects simultaneously. One of them was I&M in town, and the other one was Citibank. And of course, we wanted this to be done in a very modern way, so that you can actually disassemble the buildings, a lot of precast concrete machineries and so on. And we had been convinced that there was local contractors that didn't have the capacity. Then, of course, we went to the Mugoya factory. The Mugoya yard at Embakasi. The capacity these guys had was mind-blowing, actually. And that was a local company. I mean, these guys would produce for you glass that was running into, tens of meters. They were already doing curtain walls and all these things that the screens that we're talking about here. Totally automated, timber, they're already doing circular economy, zero waste from timber, turning that into coal and processing this, and they're processing directly from CAD drawings. When we went there, they said, just give us our drawings. And then I asked, of course I was seeing these black people, of course there were a few Chinese guys there, but I was seeing these black guys, and so we started having conversation. Many became my friends. What Mugoya was doing then, Mugoya was actually sending our black engineers to China, to India. And these guys were coming in, with the new equipment. Already there were people, our own local people, who are running those things. Yes, so it just took a little bit of time for the Chinese or or the Indian guys or the European guys on the machine. And in under 1 year, the local guys were already running the thing. And some of those guys we've maintained a friendship to date. Unfortunately, I've never heard of anything like that after Mugoya collapsed. In fact, what we are seeing are weaker and weaker of our local construction companies. And these are the sort of things that we must actually ask, that yes, what are the skills that we need and how can we get them directly into the construction industry? Back to you, Prof.
Very much, Professor. You've reminded me of companies that were and they are not. Madam Mode, I want you to address something which is not as deep as these people have been addressing, but I want you to look at us. If you look at me as a client who is going to get a contractor out there, in my mind, am I looking for a Chinese contractor? Am I looking for an Asian contractor? Am I looking for an African contractor? What do you think goes through, what makes it so difficult for the African contractor to get the project from the client's point of view? And I'm giving you this as a reality because I participated in a tender and the client already in their mind, because it was man and wife, in their mind, they kind of wanted an Asian. I asked them why, but they said,
Thanks, Prof. And I think before I go into your question, I wanted to also add that as we talk about doing an analysis of gaps, the skills that are there and what is needed, the technology that is absent, and therefore what we need. I think in the science, technology, and innovation landscape, we like to look at it as a continuum so that we don't just end at the technology, because technology is the application of science. Somebody has done some research and come up with this technology which works in their context, in Europe, for instance, in China. But then, as we are looking at technology transfer, let us think about the I in the STI, in that continuum, the innovation, because then that is where we look at how do we apply that technology that is brought into the country to suit our context and perhaps even to suit the knowledge that exists. We may not necessarily have to do another rigorous round of training to our people, but perhaps what we need is to find out what are some of the innovative ways, the creative ways. And I remember when Professor Kiva ended his comments, he ended with the word innovation, because that is a very key one. I think we have been missing it because even when we think about monitoring and evaluation of knowledge transfer and technical technology transfer, we are thinking of just what technology has been transferred. But we think about how has that technology been applied so as to change what we need to change, to address the as they are, as they face us, and also to use the indigenous technologies that are there, the traditional knowledge that exists. And I think that way would actually be moving away from international ways of coming up with mechanisms to transfer local knowledge, because we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of technologies, but how do we harness them, how do we document, and how do we ensure that they're eventually being transferred, rather than us hearing that traditional technologies are actually disappearing, our local languages are disappearing. It is because we have not done much, and we have really moved to what now Professor is actually causing me a lot of fear, because when he asked me about which contractor would Mr. Mazu prefer, would he prefer a European contractor or a Kikuyu? He's a Kikuyu, but he may not for some reasons. Because I think what we have, perhaps, and this is coming from the colonial legacy. Our colonial legacy is that the Mzungus had it all. They came and we were handsmen. We pushed wheelbarrows and carried. We did the heavy lifting while they did the thinking and the technology. And I think that is what has not left our minds, that we are not liberated. Perhaps the Mzungu is not there, but we are still wearing that mentality that possibly the best thing that we can do is actually to push and to cut down trees and do the menial jobs. But somebody else should go, we should get a French person who can come and design the building and take care of supervision, where there's the real money goes to these guys who are the thinkers. Because as we are held down by our colonial legacy and mentality that makes us think that we are not good enough. Yet we have the papers, we have the knowledge, we have everything that we need. So the perceptions, those negative attitudes, and I dare say that also, and I'm glad that NCA has taken up the challenge of doing an assessment of the media portrayal of the construction industry, because therein also lies a problem. The way we report when a building has collapsed that has been perhaps designed and the person who has foreseen it is an African, we may not do the same when somebody from Europe did it, because there is so much, again, we really look down upon ourselves and regard ourselves as we can only do a bad job. We have not yet perfected the art, and that's why we really need to work on these attitudes, perceptions, the stereotypes, the negative stereotypes, which also, I dare say, they're the ones that keep women away from the construction industry. You know, we have so many layers of this colonial bondage that we never had women perhaps participating equally in the same way with men. So the industry still keeps pushing that legacy to us, that the female, yeah, they are there, they are architects, but still, I think we need a male architect, not a female architect. So I think there is so much that is happening around, but this debate, this dialogue that is being convened by NCA is so important for us, so that we continue to investigate where did the rain start beating us, and then so that we now prefer to see a white man taking charge while we push the wheelbarrows and the other things, the heavy lifting. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. That is a social scientist, and she has touched on critical aspects of perceptions and how they are affecting technology transfer, and they actually affect our tender evaluation. I have participated in hundreds of tender evaluations in Africa, in many countries, and those attitudes, they come in when marks are being given for consultants and for contractors. So that is something to address. I want us to go back just one more round, and then I'll invite and I believe that my discussants are going to take very short now. We want to look at why foreign contractors are reluctant to accept partnerships or these collaborations with local contractors. I'm not saying African contractors, but I'm saying local contractors. Because this is affecting what is in the law. The law says 30%, but 30%, as Dr. Yaro said, could be just, you bring me sand, you bring me ballast, I'm done with you. But we are saying we want to see the local contractors, the Ganijis, I don't know whether Ganiji and the Habatulas and so on, those who are in the glass industry are local industries. Well, they are local, but they are foreign. Yeah, so how do we make foreign contractors or foreign consultants take up partnerships with local entrepreneurs so that they can become part and parcel in terms of transfer of knowledge and technology across each other? Edwin, do you want to touch that?
Thank you, Prof. I think I'll try and take a short while. Why is it that foreign contractors and foreign consultants in the construction industry are reluctant to take us on? I think we have answers to this. It's because we are not enforcing the law. You see, a visitor walks into your house, yeah? You've given him a privilege, you've given him a room to sleep, and you let him sleep in his own terms. So these guys are coming into Kenya in their own terms. So who is an idiot here? It's the host. We are allowing them to come in their terms. Let me tell you, we are getting nothing for free in this country. We're getting nothing. That's why we're having, is it 11 trillion or 8 trillion? I don't know which one. The politicians will tell you, others 8, others whatever. The thing is, when we are in foreign debt, it's because what they're doing to us, the expressway is our road. We want to pay for it. We're going to pay for it. Seriously, why can't we be serious and say, if you are coming to do a project here, which is our taxpayers' money, which is a loan we are going to pay, you are going to do what you are doing in our terms. It's nothing for free. Come here with a grant, even the guys who give us, most of us here have been trained through scholarships. They look like for free. But they're not for free. At the end of the day, they want you to give you a hand back. So, the thing is this research here tells us that one, we must enhance our legal framework. We must enhance it. We must define 30% and say this is 30%. 30% does not constitute supplying sand ballast. It constitutes serious, software that we want to get our young engineers join your company. That if you are coming here and you need X employees, we should be able to split those cadres and say, in this cadre, we want our percentage. In this cadre, our percentage. So that they can leave some of the engineers at home and come and recruit us. They may not know. But I can tell you after 1 year, after 2 years, these guys will know something. And when this contractor is gone, this guy, wherever he works, with whoever engineer, with whichever company you work for, he would have gained something. And this is what we are saying we need to redefine. And I think this is where we should go forward and redefine the 30% and say, this is it, and we are going to do it. Number 2, we need to establish certain institutional frameworks that actually work for us. And that's why I was coming and trying to propose this thing, that after you've done architecture, maybe you need to go and do economics, maybe you need to go and do some international relations, maybe you need to go and do another, to add on to what you have. And we should encourage our children and our young engineers, our young architects to diversify. Because architecture as a practice alone may not be good enough if you have not done business, MBA, something in business. Because architecture, at the end of the day, if you want to practice it, it is a business. How does this guy who only knows how to draw then become a businessman? I think we need to start to rethink also, so that at the end of the day, we pack some of these institutions, that enforce these regulations, so that we actually can get technology transfer. As Professor Many has put it, nobody wants to transfer technology. In Kisi we say, you cannot sharpen for yourself a spear. That's what some politicians used to say in Kisi. You sharpen yourself for your as spear. It's going to, So those guys cannot come here and they are willing to transfer it. Nobody will do that. They want forever to come here and do things. But we want to take it over. And if we are not going to do it quickly, we can do it quickly. Because we're having a population in this country, and before we know it, our young people are going to go on strike. And they've already started in West Africa. You can see they're chasing French people away. Very soon they're going to say, look here, you Chinese, get out of here. Then what is left with us? Who will repair that road? Who will repair that bridge? So we better move with speed. So I think this research is important, and we should move forth from now onwards and try to propose to government pretty quickly. And that's why I like what the PS put it. Come up with a framework. Where is the matrix? Where is the implementation matrix? Let us now, NCA, embark on an implementation matrix for this so that this thing can move from the legal department in NCA to another legal department in other places of government, so that migration and the Department of Works and whatever, those people start working together. I don't like some fellow sitting in some house giving work permits to people without us being there. Thank you.
Professor Menya, I'm going that way. There used to be a time when the National Construction Company, it was not the authority, the previous one, used to give some, I think some rebates to African contractors in order to survive. And every time they got the rebate, they'll go and rear chicken instead of building with that money. That time I was working in the Ministry of Works. So are we heading that way? Because one of our concerns here is, how do we uplift the African contractors so that they can use the technology is here. If you go to the yards in Dagoretti Corner or in Kariobangi South and so on, all the cranes and the machinery from China are now owned by the Africans. The Chinese companies go there and hire them and use them for construction. They don't bring their machines. I have been studying that. But these contractors don't use these machines to deliver. So how do we change the scenario so that, you see, when you give me an iPad, I only can do WhatsApp with it. I don't know to do the other things. Omenya, please, can you respond? Because we want to see a situation whereby we get our contractors to be able to use this high technology to do it. Which format of training do we do here?
That's actually an interesting one, Prof. And just to agree with you, even consultants, normally what happens when you get the big check, when the big transfer is done, you go to buy land instead of investing in your company, you're buying technology, or even investing in your staff. And we've seen, big companies collapse for that reason. The directors of the companies are very rich, but the company is very poor. and we never invest. And particularly, in fact, this is an indictment on us, really. We are very poor generally as a people when it comes to investing in things that don't translate directly to immediate material gratification. In our businesses, you're talking about investing in your staff. How many of us take our staff for training outside there, or investing in equipment, or investing in machinery and so on? And it goes all the way to the university. Basic things. I mean, the University of Nairobi, where I studied, does not have an acoustizer. In fact, and EcoBuild has. So we have to get this culture of investing, in ourselves. Really, I think that's actually quite important. But I also want to add, what about if you look at it from a counterintuitive perspective, what about where we actually have the capacity? What happens? And you touched on to that there was a time there was some sort of guarantee of work. And we do have some companies that actually have capacity, but they're not motivated, to keep building their capacity. Again, for the same reasons that that all World Bank projects most likely will go to a foreign contractor. All African Development Union projects would go that way. All Chinese-funded projects would move, in that particular direction. And supposing we ask the question in the reverse, that you're saying, Omenya, we're giving you this job, but we know you don't have this capacity. Can you look for the Chinese to enhance your capacity so that you can do the job? So it's not always that, you see, I mean, I think sometimes we also push ourselves into this mediocrity syndrome where the African has to be helped. And even where the African is in a very strong position. And we need to ask the questions in reverse. I did the master plan here. I'm saying I, because it was given to YMR of the UN.
the environmental master plan. Those guys just came for the final presentation. But EcoBuild could not compete for that project because, they said it was these international people and all sorts of things and so on. We did everything. We did the simulations, we did the measurements, the acoustical analyzers, the data loggers and so on. We prepared the final report from Nairobi here, and then of course YMR was paid, and then they would look at us and say, okay, poor Africans, have this. YMR actually in New York did not have the capacity to do this work. The capacity, YMR South Africa even had less capacity. But we have capacity in Nairobi, and I'm ending with this, that actually we need to also ask the question in the reverse. The reason why EcoBuild is working in Malawi is because we refuse this nonsense. We did the Uganda Building Code together with an American company called IBTS, and I'm here working. In fact, we got 2 World Bank projects, one in Afghanistan as EcoBuild, enhancing our capacity with European consultants, what they do to us here. And I said, look, we have done the methodology. We have done the background studies. In fact, we're doing everything, not just the heavy lifting. We're doing absolutely everything. All the core competencies that consultancy required, it was us. And I asked myself, there's I won't mention because I know we're on air. So I was asking, what is this European company putting on the table? And I'd hit the roof. I said, no, we are going to bid as ourselves, let the World Bank disqualify us. And we did bid. And it's very interesting because before we were bidding as part of this company, and when I appeared in Lilongwe, the first time, in fact, the fellow that we're working with there told me that, so I hear EcoBuild has pulled out and now you're bidding as yourself. I said, yeah. So he said, I wish you luck, my friend. I had to get money, and that's what I was saying. For the Africans, we must invest in these things. I got money. I flew 12 consultants, including some from the UK, into Lilongwe. And when we met at Sandbar Hotel, just before making our presentation, our competitors, whom we knew very well, of course, it was a company we were bidding with before, told me, Alfred, this is your team. And I told him, yeah. So he told me, I think you guys have gotten this consultancy. And he was right, we got it. We stuck our necks, we refused to be the bag carriers, the hewers of wood and drawers of water for our European masters. And we said, look, we do have the capacity, and we can do this thing. And where we don't have the capacity, we shall look for those consultants, and we did look for them. We did look for those consultants from where they were in the US and in the UK, and we delivered on that project. After that, of course, we went on a second project in Afghanistan and delivered on that. Yes, so I'm ending with that question, that we should also ask ourselves that these local companies, they never have capacity. So they always have to be helped by the Western companies. What of a situation where they actually do have the capacity, and they just need to enhance it by collaborating with the Western companies, even as we are looking at genuine situations where we don't actually have the capacity, and our capacity needs to be built. Thank you so much, moderator.
I think that's a good model. Let's not fail because we fear. Madam Mouvet, I want you to address one item here. NACOSTI has succeeded very well in regulating research in the country, but NCA has a challenge in regulating contractors. That is why they have to go to site with a chalk. Is it a chalk they use? It's something they use, which I hate when I see it. They put like this and then they go away. And then the project stalls for a long time. Now, I think we are looking for efficiency here. If we are talking about improving the construction industry, you have improved in the research because you are able to regulate each and every research. How have you made it, and what are the challenges in the construction industry, do you think? After her response, we shall open to you in the in the hall to raise questions or make contributions towards the same questions which we have handled. And that will be for how many more minutes? 3? 5 more minutes, okay.
Prof, let me begin by disappointing you that we have a lot of problems in research regulation because I think given the number of research studies that are carried out in the country, I don't think we are able to tell a significant proportion is actually done outside the research regulation. And we have a lot of issues, particularly with the foreign researchers who, for the reasons that we have been talking about, have come and done research, collected materials, some of which are very valuable, and gone and added value to them and brought back as very expensive products. So we have a lot of problems. I think the reason why the problems in research regulation are not so visible is because research is not some building that you see. So we will not collapse even if a Mzungu comes and collects data in Turkana and goes with some whatever materials that he gathers from there. So I think it's a learning lesson, that's what I would say. I believe NCA is trying to do a good job within the legal framework that exists and regulation. Perhaps what we need, and it has been mentioned again and again, and it is not bad to repeat, it's the aspect of enforcement, which we are also struggling to do. So we need to continuously sensitize people on the existence of the laws, regulations, and the institutions. We also need to inculcate this culture of research. I think it is something that we have done as NACOSTI. For the first time in this country, we are having ministries, departments, and agencies reporting to NACOSTI on the extent to which they are investing money, the public funds to research, to technology, to innovations, to commercialization, to intellectual property. So they have to report to us every quarter how much have they invested in R&D, how much have they invested in, after R&D, the issues of commercialization, even technology transfer. We are receiving reports from all ministries. So we have not been able to analyze that data because this is the first year that we are rolling out. But I think this will be a game changer because it is, once we are able to have a report on the extent to which particularly the public bodies are investing in R&D, then we can be able to gradually advocate for more resources to R&D. Like, I think whenever we sensitize these public bodies on the need to have budgets for R&D, we always cite NCA as the best performing agency in terms of the money that is putting in research. So I think that is something that perhaps NCA can borrow. How do you mainstream construction or something? I am not, we can figure it out. We don't have to know it all right now, but we can figure it out to see how we mainstream these regulations, these laws. And also, I think the other aspect, when I read this report of this particular study, we need to move out to other sectors or sectoral laws and policies and regulations which would actually be useful for the construction sector. So we are not just talking about laws within the construction industry, because like the Science, Technology and Innovation Act, the policy has very progressive provisions which have not been utilized because, and I think that would be very useful for NCA and other agencies. So let us be broad-minded. and interact beyond the construction industries, because there is so much out there, and perhaps we should not be talking of coming up with new laws and policies, but how to tap into the existing laws and ensure that there is quite a bit of harmony in how we implement the laws that already exist, even as we move towards reviewing the existing ones, because the processes are usually very long, but there are some progressive provisions that can be useful even as it were, even before we are able to get to a point where we can review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought they were doing well. Now I know that they are the same with each one of us. Now, before I open, let me just share something very small for half a minute. I lived in Tunisia for 7 years. I don't speak Arabic, but I could muddle through in French. The Tunisian construction industry is extremely advanced, although it is in Africa. They have learned one thing, that you can do a lot of things in industry and don't go to mess the construction site with too many, let's say, the scaffolding they use. Scaffolding to support is minimal, because if it is the windows, the window jambs you want to plaster and put them plumb, they would already have made a piece of concrete which is about 6 inches, which fits exactly the space of the window. So you don't have to plaster that and put workers there for 3 days. If it is columns, they would have already made the columns in the industry. They come to install them. You could see 8 floors of apartments constructed in 3 months. And they have learned one thing: no building comes down unless it is by earthquake. So they don't use 200-millimeter thick stones to build a wall when you are building a 20-story building. I think if I should use Professor Menya's language, I think we are very stupid here. Because the tons that we are adding onto that building, in terms of that weight, we are dividing all our walls with 200-millimeter thick stones. They use 200, but they are hollow blocks, all of them, hollow clay blocks. They don't mind if you can whisper and hear me across, but they make sure that their finishes are beautiful. Beautiful tiles, beautiful marble, so you can never even know that inside is an open building which you are whispering to your neighbor. So, in terms of building bridges and all that, they don't have foreign contractors. They are all local contractors because they have been trained and the government has invested in them. And this kind of investment goes to all sectors. Many people travel from Europe to come for medical tourism in Tunisia because the government invests in its trainees, its doctors, pharmacists, and so on. If you want to be a practitioner, the government finances you to have the best equipment in medicine. And that is the only thing you are going to do. No masquerading between consultancy and in your clinic and in the university, and then you are also attending seminars in NCA and so on. You do your clinic. If you are in government service, you have the best equipment and you work in government service. The salaries are the same all across. I thought that was something we can emulate and move on. So let me invite the public to make a few statements. I've seen Professor Taro, the Dean of engineering, architecture, and the built environment from Technical University. May I also see dignitaries also who have come in, who we have not noted, although I'm not the chairperson. So Professor Ataro's hand is up. Someone can give him. So we are going to take three from the plenary. We have that gentleman, we have Professor Ataro, and we need a lady to support Madame Mude here. Is there any lady? No lady, okay. Then thereafter, perhaps I'll give NCA to make some comments. You have no chance because you were here. So, Professor Taro, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Muchache. And colleagues, good afternoon. I'm sorry my voice is almost disappearing, but I'll try my best. So my name is Edwin Ataro from Technical University of Kenya. This discussion has been extremely, I would say, I don't just want to say interesting, but it was great soul searching for me in terms of the way the topic has gone. We are asking ourselves some really weighty questions. For me, who is in academia, in the education sector, one big question would be, is our education relevant? When we run to engage foreigners to come and do things for us, does it mean we're saying that we are inadequate in terms of training? I think it's a rhetorical question, but if you look at the circumstantial evidence, the answer is obvious, because you've heard from the presenters, these are international consultants, they're accepted all over the world, and they're people who are educated locally. So the problem cannot be education. The problem is probably elsewhere, and probably Madam Margaret on the podium might have more answers than most of us who are technical. Myself, I'm an electrical engineer, so I only think a lot about electrons and circuits. I want to give, just to illustrate this point, I lived in Europe for some time, and I remember when there were birthday cakes, people would show up with cakes, and they would say, I baked this one. Locally, I think I would say maybe 90% of the people here must be having an oven at home. How often do you make your cake? And yet, you have the oven, you have the wheat flour, you have all the ingredients, and you would rather run to the bakery to get the bread and cake made there, because somehow we think at the bakery it is better. Maybe this is probably where our problem lies, because I think some of these things we are getting foreigners to do, we are more than capable of doing them. But there's a deeper problem. How come we're letting foreigners come to do these things for us, and yet we have everything that we need to be able to do it? My other question is, how come we don't have this strong industry academia link? Because in academia, I think there's a lot, so somebody said the technology that is out there is already more than we can consume in 20 lifetimes. But how come we don't have this link to try to transfer technology from our own academic institutions to the work environment? There's a very weak link in our country if you compare to other countries. And an example is even our neighbor across in Tanzania. I'm told there, when the government has a major project, the first stop is the universities. How come for us we only read about these projects in the newspapers and nobody comes to ask what we think or what input we can give as universities? That's why I said, as I sat here, I think I was doing a lot of soul searching, and there are examples that were given about other things that are happening. You know, there's the example about choosing a contractor, and you think maybe the Indian will be better than the African and so on. I think it's a very complex problem, and the kind of solutions we need probably are not just the technical. We probably need other solutions other than just saying we've trained people and they need to go out there and work. There are more complex problems than this, and I don't have the answers. I would like really to hear what things we can put in place. I'm very happy that there are certain initiatives taking place. For example, at the moment, one of the state departments of the State Department for Infrastructure, the road agencies under that State Department are planning to engage universities in a formal kind of framework so that we define how we're going to work together in a big project. And part of their project money, maybe a certain percentage, will be dedicated to that collaboration. And I think that will push this agenda that we're talking about here in terms of technology transfer. But that is just a drop in the sea. There are so many other industries. It's not only the road agencies. And I think those who are here can take a cue from that one and also initiate something that is going to help us to promote that agenda of transferring knowledge and technology that we already have, that we don't need any foreigners to bring to us. Those of us who have been, or who studied abroad, we know you hear of top universities doing research. The question is, who are really doing research in these universities? Sometimes it is us who go there to study, who are actually coming up with innovations and patents, and they get the credit. And that's why somebody said, even the scholarships are not for nothing. So we need to think. I think we have all the solutions we need, and all we need is to change something. That something that we need to change is what I need the answers to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor. You'll introduce yourself when you speak. Somebody take the microphone. Just before he starts to speak, I think Professor Ataro forgot that the Technical University has already established a workshop here in South B for technology transfer to the informal sector. Fully equipped workshop with the support of the government, and in that workshop you invite the informal sector associations to train in skills in what they are doing. In the process, they learn to do measurements, they learn to do the quantities so that when they go to make bids, they don't error the way most of our contractors are erring. And I think that came up because of COVID. When we were not teaching, we had to think of what to do. Okay, please.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Kennedy Sagini, board member, NCA. The presentation has been very good, but I want to talk on the 30% that you have been speaking from the panelists. The document is very clear about the 30% contract from the foreign contractors. The problem is enforcement. And then I give an example I wrote from Sirari, Kisi. There were contractors who were given subcontracts by the foreigner contractor, but he gave them the projects by the foreigner contractor, but he gave them the projects through their rates. And none of these contractors were able to do the job, so that now they can break even, because now they are able to give them the rates that at the end of the day they can sell their land afterwards going through that project. Another thing is one spoke about capacity going down. Here you find a contractor has registered a contract, either a woman, a youth, people with disability, that's disadvantaged groups. They have no experience. And then during tendering, they are told to give some experience to do these works. So we don't have a framework whereby we should allow them some small contracts to enable them to grow and have the experience that's needed, so that then they can go up and do these projects as time go by. In the county government, we find out that maybe the governor, who is now the CEO of the county, is giving contracts to the people that he knows. There's no competition. Now those projects are preserved, the big projects, to the person that he wants to give, using now procurement officers who instructs on what to do to enable them to give out these works well. Another thing is about now NCA. NCA closes a site whereby the contractor and the developer has not complied. Once the bridge is closed down, then afterward, the rock developers continue building and doing these projects. They do the bridge until the projects are complete, without being punished, without anything taking place. So as a result, there's no enforcement on this. Another question is, what are we going to do to enable that when NCA crosses a site, and that is adhered to, if the developer continues, there must be some penalties. Because in rural areas whereby the NCA has closed, or some of these projects, they are done and are completed, and when the others are able to see that, they say the NCA cannot do anything. Once they go, you continue your works. Thank you.
Very much, Sagini, our board member here. I think the questions you have raised are deep into the institution, and maybe the MD would want to respond a bit thereafter. I just want to see whether there is any hand. I know it is long past lunchtime. Whether there is any hand from a lady or any person with a disability who we may have left out. In this disability includes anyone who has also not spoken. Okay. Okay, so I think since we don't have much time, I would want to open this side. If there is anything that the panelists didn't say, I won't give them around each, but anyone who may have something for have a minute, it would be allowed. Otherwise, I'm ready to thank them, and then allow NCA to speak, just in case there are areas they want to respond to. Okay. Okay, Edwin.
Yeah, I just want to say something just for a minute. And, you know, the questions that have been raised, well, I wouldn't really call them questions. They are comments, really. So, you know, it's input, kind of. But I think the prof, you know, asked something that, you know, how do we sort out the issues that we are really having? Is it our training problem? Are we having a problem with our training? You know, there are a combination of very many things that have brought us to this stage. Very many. Including the fact that we do not have a national ethic. I don't know. That's what I see out here. We do not have a national ethic. And we are not patriotic. I think we need to start from the basics. Do we start to teach it from pre-unit? Or is it a cold grade something? We need to start to teach our children. Maybe some of us are too old dogs, you know, it's difficult to teach them. Maybe we need to start from our children and start to teach them national ethics and even patriotism so that they may grow to be good people. This is the problem we have in this country. We cannot implement things because we are not patriotic, we don't have ethics. When you close a site and somebody continues to construct, it tells you something about that person. This may be a senior government officer, it may be a local politician who says, those guys can go to hell. I mean, they're all over the place. I see them every day. I mean, I'm in housing, I see them. So there are issues that are beyond. Technology transfer is not, what can I call it? It's just part and parcel of a small, you know, let me not call it event, but it's an occurrence within a bigger spectrum of issues. So they're very big issues. And what I would say is this, that because we have a duty, let us begin by making baby steps. So what we are now doing is, let's make the baby steps we are making. But let's leave the bigger thing to ourselves, to our conscience, and to change. And I hope that we'll change the political systems in this country so that they can facilitate us and create some sort of, you know, patriotism so that we can start to change the scenario. Thank you. Yes, madam.
Just a short one and a follow-up to what he said. I think it escaped my mind to talk about the ethical dimension in research that NACOSTI has been trying to uphold through the National Scientific and Ethics Committee. It is a national body that comprises representatives from universities and research institutions, and then institutions, particularly universities and research institutions, and even some health facilities like Kenyatta, Moi Teaching and Referral. They have institutional scientific and ethics review committees. Before an applicant or a researcher sends their work to NACOSTI for consideration to be licensed, then their proposals has to pass through the ethical dimension has to be checked by the Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee. And then the national body, that's the National Scientific and Ethics Committee, it's supposed to really just set standards, organize trainings, capacity building for the members of these institutional ethics review committees, so as to maintain a certain level of ethics in research in terms of data collection, how you treat the research subjects, how you treat the findings. You know, it may not be working out 100%, but at least it's an attempt, and perhaps that is a lesson that Prof, I think you'd have wanted me to share with the NCA for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, before I Well, we have not been able to respond to questions raised, especially Professor Taro, but I just want to thank Engineer Kipngeno, Madam Mode, Professor Menya, and Dr. Oyaro for the discussion. This has been very, very deep, and I'm sure it will add towards the research findings which are in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mochache, for ably leading through your panel and the very good conversations that emanated from your panelists. These are conversations that will keep alive. And moving forward, we are very happy that this kind of a platform can be raised by NCA that accords our country an opportunity to converse over issues that are indeed very important. So I want to also thank our board that has supported us a lot and deemed this activity very important, and the executive director, who is actually the patron to majority of all these things that we are doing here. He strongly believes in research and in making those baby steps that we are talking about. And we thank you, directors. At least you can see through your efforts, through your approvals, we are providing a platform to the country to discuss issues that touches on how we can improve the construction industry. Because alone as NCA, we really cannot synthesize all the solutions that are required in the industry. So we appreciate the faculty members who are here, the various members from NCA, our contractors, various players who are present here today. We are indeed very thankful. The issue raised by Margaret on the issues of ethics, as I had mentioned, maybe on our sidelines of this, the executive director is putting together a task force that is supposed to formulate a policy on how to implement the NACRA. The NACRA is the priority areas of research. And we believe within that policy, then we are going to clearly talk about how can NCA link with the industry, how do we use some of these researches to have some PhDs actually being produced from these researches. Because again, you saw the numbers that we are given in terms of the industry outlook. We have very few engineers, we have very few planners, we have very few architects. How can NCA, through our research activities, also help the country to produce as many dons as possible? So those are some of the areas that will be factored in. The issues of the ethics committee, both at institutional and again at the national level. And also we shall be seeing how to marry the national construction research agenda with the national priority framework that you have at NACOSTI. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the other issue, all these issues that we are discussing here, we have a Center for Construction Industry Development coming up, and we believe, again, the issues of commercialization, innovation. I know that was highly emphasized, that we are forgetting the issue innovation. If you look at the architecture of CCID from a conceptual point of view, innovation is actually one of the key things that will be happening at the CCID, which the authority is putting up at CONSA to develop the capacity of the industry. With those many remarks, I want to say asante sana, and now invite our CEO, who will make some remarks, and then he'll tell us what to do. Today, we are his guests. We actually hear courtesy of the CEO. Karibu sana, Engineer Ketch.
Thank you very much. I think that clap was for the immediate speaker. That is today's chair of the session. But I also want to, sometimes you ask yourself whether you want to instruct, demand, or request. But I think I will demand for a clap for the panelists, because they have done very well and have really brought down this matter, broken it down to pieces. And even the comments we've received from the floor, as you can see, we've been asked the training is not the problem. Maybe there's a problem somewhere whose answer we need to seek. And I want to think that we will have gotten that answer before we leave, but we still have another day. So we can go sleep over it. Then as we recap on today's happenings tomorrow morning, then we give the answers, then we proceed. Because the same who are here today, the same will be there tomorrow. If there's any additions, it will be a blessing. If it will be all of us here, it will be a better blessing. So a clap for the panelists, headed by, no. I have not decorated them. You know, you have to decorate before the clap is done, so that at least you know who you're clapping for. I know they introduced themselves, but you're clapping, the panel or the discussants were led by Professor Mochache, who has ably brought up the discussion very well. The success of any discussion depends on the leader. And I told the leader you've led very well, Professor. Thank you very much. We also have double panelists. When he was asked to introduce himself the second time, he said, unless you have a very short memory, then you need to have to introduce himself again. Professor Mwenya, thank you very much. And then we have the investigator. Actually, for the first time, I've heard the word investigation in research. Of course, I know they're always there, but it's being used very ably and very strongly. And I know we have Dr. Oyaro, who has also worked with NCA, not inside NCA, outside NCA and from within, very hard for many years. Also a clap for him. Yeah. Then we have a very able representative, Margaret from Nacosti. Even if I try many times, I always have to read Nacosti in full to know what it means. Okay, the initials, I know what it means, yes, but Nacosti is as easy as NCA, so I always do it that way. So thank you very much for ably representing the DG, and we appreciate the support. So with that, now we can do 3 claps for all of them together. Thank you very much, thank you very much. So as I give my closing remarks, maybe you may step down so that you don't continue stealing the show. Thank you very much. So one thing I want to appreciate, I've made a lot of remarks, but I'm not going to share them with you. I'll summarize in 3 ways. And of course, the last speaker for today's session, this is our last session, so I'm probably the second last speaker of the day. So to wind up the session will be from the Board of National Construction Authority. You heard I'm the host, but you know that's a delegated function. It's been delegated by the board. So the board is here, and I cannot take that away from them. And within the board, of course, we also have structures, because the chair of the board stepped away with these blessings. There's a representative who is the vice chair of the board, and she'll be making the last, now we know who it is, for gender parity. She'll be making the last remarks, then from there we'll proceed to lunch. But 3 things that I've picked from this, aside from many things I've put down. Number 1, on the first presentation, is on the issue of information sharing, so that we address this issue of gaps in the data aspects. Because construction industry is very wide, but I want to indicate to you that maybe the way of sharing that data is what we need to work on, because as National Construction Authority, we actually have a lot of information. But because we have contractors here, I don't want to scare them, what we can do with their information, but we use it for purposes of building you and developing you further to ensure that your businesses do well. And even for economy, the sake of our economy, the economy grows much better. Because if you come to register as a contractor, believe you me, from your personal details, to the PIN, to the company, to the equipment you have, and so much is in our database. So from a touch of a button, you can actually extract that information and share it with the data analysts like our sister KNBS to be able to give the right information in the sector in Kenya. So this means that even doing a census can be easily done from our database as NCA. But also something that I've discovered in that particular presentation of construction industry, the CIO, construction industry outlook, is the aspect that they need to continue collaborating, because the way it has been unpacked by those who are gurus in research, the professors from the universities, from the academia, it means that this information can be used to give so much in the indicators or touch points for the industry, but also the aspect of reviewing our policies to ensure that information sharing is not just by the goodwill of the persons or holding the office, but it becomes a culture and is entrenched in our policies. Now, the second part of today's presentation was mind-boggling. And as I sat there, I was also trying to do soul searching, that we sit on a lot of what we call the things we can do easily, and yet we don't do them. So I want to appreciate the way this particular discussion, the earlier one and this one, has been able to enrich the researches that have been presented. That one we must appreciate. Because if we just prepared these reports, we published them for people to consume, and as you can see from the comments that have come, maybe we've been consuming what we call raw material that is yet to go through full processing. So what we've done here now is to process it further for better and ease of consumption. So that we must appreciate ourselves. And what has come out, especially on the issue of technology transfer, is that even the way the contracts are designed are not supporting it. You know, everything has to be costed. Today, if you're going to ask me to do something, and I'm in business, the first thing I'll ask you, so what do I get for in it? What is in it for me? The WIIFM, you know, it's a very famous radio station called WIIFM. What is in it for me? If it is missing, then forget about it. So we cannot always use the stick and there's no carrot. The stick says that there must be technology transfer. Yeah, and the stick that, sorry, the carrot that talks about how much will you pay me for doing it must also be, must also be included. Yeah, so you can switch off one. So, yeah. How come it's just bringing issues when we talk about technology? So, don't know whether you can hear me from the back without the mic. Yeah, it's back, huh? Okay, good. Yeah, so sorry about that. So I was saying that one of the issues we need to consider at the technology transfer is how the contracts are designed. And I'm just trying to say that from the input we have gotten there, it's very important that we maybe reverse how we do these things. Like one of the, oh my God. It was just okay, okay. Yeah, so it's getting better now. Yeah, so I was saying that we've been actually advised that the way contracts are designed is also, though it was not said that way directly, but that's what I picked, that during the design of a contract means we want to do a road and you're sending out tender documents. So how do we do it in such a way that it's a deliberate effort from the implementing agency, that at the end of the day, you will get what you want. So that within the terms of reference, one of the key requirements is that there must be a consortium. And the consortium lead must be either local so that it is a deliberate combination at the contract level. Because if you wait until it is on the law side, it could be on the law, but implementation becomes an issue. Because people only understand where they're making money. It's in the contract, they'll cost for it, and at the end of the day, it becomes done. Then, of course, lastly, I've also picked the aspect of the need to review our regulations, which is actually key. And as I've told you, from what we have picked, and we had the people normally are called what? We had rapporteurs who have also, believe, taken very good notes, and we believe that by the time we release these reports officially for public consumption and also for purposes of implementation, we'll have all this included. So I want to appreciate that input, and wow, one other thing I want to appreciate is that it is 2:30 past, we started in the morning, and the room is still full. It only means that there was so much that you're getting from this that nobody wanted to go away. That is something that we cannot take for granted as National Construction Authority. This is just end of day one. We had 4 research studies. Of course, the fifth one is 10 units analysis. So tomorrow, we are still here. We'll start at 8. Registration 8, start 8:30. If you want us to leave by 1 o'clock sharp, we can kick off by 8:30. I want to ask each and everyone, tomorrow is equally heavily loaded, because from the program, you can see we have lined up for you on day 2, which is on 15th, that's tomorrow. And if you look at the topics to be presented there, especially for those who are directly affected, there is the 10 units analysis assessment survey. This is the assessment on what areas need to be trained for our contractors. It's not very far from what we have discussed today at technology transfer. Then the effect of COVID-19. We cannot say COVID is over. It was just one of the pandemics. And sometimes we get factors that affect businesses from time to time. So the outcome of this study is going to help you even improve on your business in future. It's not just COVID only. Then, of course, we'll also be having a presentation by NACOSTI. It's very important to attend on issues of science, technology, and innovation in the construction industry. Who else is going to benefit from that if it's not you? And this affects all. And then lastly, and very important, is the media portrayal. So tomorrow we are here for those topics, and we still have some of the panelists that were here today. They'll still be with us tomorrow, and we really appreciate the commitment and input from the industry. So before I invite the vice chairperson of the board to come and make closing remarks, and of course any other comments that she may have, we have put together lunch for you. Please don't go away after dispersing from here, because it was prepared with all these heads counted. So it's for all of us, it's waiting for us, and it is across on the new side. It's called Johari Restaurant. That's why we'll be crossing through that under road or a tunnel. Then you get to the other side for lunch. I think they need to distribute something as we walk out. I wish it would be given as without interrupting the last speaker, so that we don't have, I'm also good in logistics. One of my trainings is project management, which talks about processes. So I have to think ahead. So I don't want people crowding to get the cards. So find a way of doing it so that we don't have the challenges. So because it's day one, let me take this opportunity from the desk of the CEO of National Construction Authority, where I sit, to thank you most sincerely. Thank your institutions for giving you time to come and sit here. You see, the professor was saying that in some countries, you're employed to do one thing. And if Kenya was like that, today we would not have you here. Means you'd been doing what you're employed to do. But we also believe this is also part of what you're doing for your country and supporting the development. Kwa hayo machache, kesho tutakutana hapa. Madam Vice Chairperson, her name is Madam Mercy Okiro. She's the Vice Chairperson of the Board of National Construction Authority. Kindly take the floor. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Idri. I'll not speak a lot, and I'll just make quick comments that I've written down. I think a lot has been said regarding the presentations by the Executive Director. However, I must say that as the presentations were being made, there were three things that I think through the GM research that have come out to me. I must point out on the issue of gendered and minority group-based research in the construction industry. Clearly, you can see I'm a woman. So, and the issue of gender parity has been brought to the floor. I've also raised it. Everyone who knows me knows I will always say that I'll always ask, where are the women? After that, where are the young people? After that, where, not in any order, but we really need to look at the needs of the minorities in the society. And therefore, that means that GM kindly notes that for future research, we need to understand the place of the minorities in the construction industry, because they may be minority in the construction industry, but in terms of the population, for instance, women are more in Kenya, so we need to look at that. Secondly, of course, as raised by the only lady on the panel, there was, of course, a need to look at societal and socioeconomic, but more towards sociological, really, issues in the construction industry, so that's something. The issue of technology has been raised, and I think for those who appreciate the papers tomorrow, you'll learn that, of course, media and other stakeholders outside from the built environment have a role to play in the construction industry. Courtesy of that, we commit to have a multi-sectoral approach to this research because NCA is not an island. We need the support of everyone. And since people are looking at me hungrily, I can see all the water bottles are empty. I will quickly, on behalf of the Principal Secretary of Public Works, our chairperson who has since left, myself, the Board of Directors, both online and here, wish to extend a hearty vote of thanks from the authority, and also, of course, our management. Thank you so much for supporting this. This would not have been possible without your input, and of course, doing all the, I'm here reading the report, but it is the management that, of course, took the policy and ran with it and implemented, so they have been working pretty hard on this. And therefore, lastly, our stakeholders, if you had not attended this meeting, we would just be Board of Directors and NCA, yet we already know the document. So you're the main stakeholders here, and thank you for being here, and I kindly ask you to come back tomorrow. Therefore, by the powers vested in me, I release you to lunch, networking, and welcome you back tomorrow. Thank you so much.